These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. I know how I
Hello and welcome to Maribor, second largest city in Slovenia, at the third part of the international conference Museums and Social Responsibility, organized by Slovenian Museum Association. I would like to thank our partners in this project. That would be Network of European Museum Organizations, German Museum Association, and of course our colleagues at the Ministry of Culture of Portugal, Director General for Cultural Heritage. I would also like to thank our partners in Slovenia that made this happen, ICOM Slovenia, ICOM Southeast Europe, and Semantica Company, as well as BKTV, in which studio we are since yesterday. Today started with some great technical difficulties. I'm sure we are going to talk about digital and the problems of digital with our colleagues today, because this was a great proof that everything should not be just digital. But we've started, that's the most important thing. We are here. If you were not able to follow us yesterday, I have to say that this is the third part in a series of conferences that have been organized by Germany, Portugal and Slovenia within their presidency of the EU Council. And their shared theme was Museums and Social Responsibility. If you weren't able to follow us yesterday, let me just tell you that you can take a look at it later because it will be available on YouTube and Facebook channel of Slovenian Museum Association, and the same goes for today's conference. So you have enough time forever to take a look at the panels and the speakers that are interesting to you. Yesterday we were talking about the green power of museums. We've had some great guests, and in the afternoon we were talking about whether museums can afford or cannot afford to be neutral. I think we can all agree, or maybe some don't, we will see today maybe as well, that museums can't be neutral. Today we are going to start with our colleague from Croatia, Darko Babic, who is going to talk about Agenda 2030. We are going to talk about the digital in museums, what's next. I'm sorry to say that one of the guests was not able to come due to sickness. And of course, in the afternoon, we are going to rethink museums with some great thinkers, and we are going to talk about museums for the future. One more time, if you are not able to follow us yesterday, or you will not be able to see all the speakers today, take a look at YouTube later on or Facebook channel of Slovenian Museums Association. Let's start with, as I said, our colleague, Darko Babic. He comes from Croatia. He holds a PhD in Museology and Heritage Management. He acts as Chair of Museology at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at University of Zagreb. He is Vice Chair of ICOM Croatia and ICOM IC for the training of personnel. ICTOP. Darko is a member of editorial boards and so on and so on. He might tell you a little bit more about himself, but most of all, he is going to talk, as we said, about toward competencies of museum professionals in 2030. And since we do not have one guest in the panel of the digital in museums, you are able to post questions and comments for him now, because after his presentation, we are going to talk with him. We have enough time to do that. Darko, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. First of all, I would like to thank Slovenian Museum Association for the invitation and the rest of the partners, of course. And it's really glad, no matter it's only 100 kilometers away from my home, I'm really glad that we are, well, let's say partly in live. Still, minority of us are here, but it's still great privilege to be in, direct contact. As well as dear colleagues from all around the world. I'm sure there is people from all 5 continents. Hello to you. Somewhere is morning, somewhere is afternoon, somewhere is nighttime. Anyhow, I'm very happy that you actually decided to be with us. And I hope that some of ideas I will share with you will be inspirational for you. As Alexandra said, she said, like, I will talk about Agenda 2030, which is true in a way. No matter I will be in some parts, I will be much more in the past to point to some part of the heritage studies and museology, which indeed supposed to assist us or remind us or anything like that to reach that idea of Agenda 2030 or this decade as a part of, as I said, inspiration. In that sense, as you can see, my idea of my presentation, as I'm usually trying to do, is to foremost provoke and inspire. So not necessary to give answers, not necessary to say this is like this, this, and this, and you're supposed to follow that, but just to give you some inspiration, give you some data, give you some museological, part of museological and heritage study theory, and at the end, just try to combine that in something which will be part of what I mentioned as skills and competencies of museum professionals and heritage professionals, but as well as everybody else. So it will go like heritage and heritage management first in general, a little bit about heritage interpretation, eco-museum, and then heritage literacy, and as I said at the end, kind of conclusion or warming up that what is presented. The slide, the image here just illustrates something which some of us knows as museum fatigue, and I will do my best not to follow this kind of fatigue, which is from time to time indeed happens in museums. Very short idea about me. Alexandra said some of my roles in the past and which I occupy today. My full-time job is at University of Zagreb in Croatia as a part of sub-department of museology. Sub-department of museology is 37 years actually now old, so quite old actually, not the oldest, the oldest one in Southeast Europe. but with quite a lot of experience. We are participating in bachelor degree as a part of the Department of Information and Communication Sciences, and we do have our own master in museology and heritage management, which started in 1986, but it's completely reshaped in 2006, and we are really now in process of reshaping it again. Approximately we have 25 to till 30 students, master students per year. When we speak about museums, when we speak about heritage, many things we understand as something which it's not necessary to discuss. But anything which we mention sometimes and at one point needs to be rechecked. Why is that? The one reason is that the only thing that is constant is change. So everything is changing. Some things are changing faster, some things are changing slower. But there is no one point or one term or anything which is always the same. No matter, and we will see that later on, quite often we consider the heritage is or could be something which we do have perception is not changing. But if we look at some of the trends of today, the last 5, the last 10 years, probably the next 5, and I will say the next 10, then we could conclude that authentic experience is and will remain for sure something which we will discuss about. Content rich, as far as we discuss museums and museum experience, for sure it will go on. It is already, and it will go on and go on. Audience development, not new. Participative involvement, not new, but still something which have a huge amount of possibility for a progress, and for sure it will, mark what we are doing in the next 5 to 10 years. Importance of local and regional level, we're speaking about some of those terms all the time, and it will for sure remain important. New media and technology, no need to discuss, no need to argue for. Maybe there is some argue against, or could be in the past, we will have more argue against, not completely against technology, but the way how we are using technology. Human voice, always important, and very probably important in a future too. Public versus private spaces, which is going beyond, as some other things which I mentioned, going beyond only museum discussion, only discussion about heritage, any kind of the heritage issue, but for sure have a strong influence of what we are doing in museum, what is the role of museum, what is the position of museum in society, what is the position of any kind of heritage interpretation, management, intervention, whatever term we are using. Tourism, well, 2020 and beginning of 2021 was not right time to discuss about tourism, but I'm sure quite soon, and at least I hope, quite sure the tourism will again be on agenda, and it will be important topic on agenda. Plus regeneration, plus revitalization. Global and international perspective, again, no need to discuss. We are living in globalized world. It will not change. It will probably become even more and more globalized, but as the previous slide showed, the regional, the local perspective in that global world will become more and more important. Sustainability and climate change, again, no point. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry not to follow my my presentation. I will just repeat what I said with some illustration. Those illustration does not explain the segments, the points I said. They are just illustration of some of them. So I'm just going slightly slowly just to have idea of presented slides, which is just, random, almost random illustration of different situation I was involved or some projects going on in a recent past around the world. And here we are, as I said, the last one, it is not something new. It is something discussed last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, but it will for sure be something on agenda the next 10 years. If we add to all that, what is heritage today when we are discussing about heritage? There is many terms. I put only 5 of them, 6 actually. Inclusive, yes, heritage is supposed to be inclusive. Interdisciplinary, yes, it is. Polyvocal, yes, again. Immaterial, yes, we are aware of that. Participatory, yes. Sustainable, yes, and so on, and so on, and so on. When saying and so on, I'm not saying this is unimportant. This is extremely important. But what concerns me is that we quite often discuss, and quite a lot, with that kind of explanation about heritage and how it's supposed to have related with this or that, and people, and the territory, local community, and so on and so on. And seems to me that we are not, or not enough, discussing the main term, and that's the heritage. So my question is, or discussion, part of, what is and how we do understand heritage. And I, not only me, of course, argue for a very critical look at the way how professionals, and foremost us professionals, have perception and understanding of heritage. And of course, how that perception and understanding do have consumers. And at the end, how we create and participate in the heritage itself. So the question is, what is heritage? With this illustration of the unfortunately late Professor Gregory Ashworth during his presentation in Zagreb like 7 or 8 years ago, just as kind of illustration you can easily see on this spot. On the 1st of April, 1780, nothing happened. So if we look and trying to find some theoretical explanation, thinking about what is heritage, we could say that certainly heritage is certainly a quite more complex than majority of us, and as I said before, foremost heritage professionals at the moment are still ready to accept. Since, and the explanation why, is because otherwise it could easily and significantly change our privileged position, because we do have privileged position. Yesterday, some comments, it was part of that, I will not say discussion, but some comments point to that discussion about when we are giving the right, or where we are going to include local community and even sort of co-curating, do we really give that right to the community in full, or is it still our privileged position to control what is going on? Why is that? Why we do have privileged position? Well, it's not so strange. The reason is because we have actually education in that field, in that profession, for a considerable amount of time, and out of that is expected, and even society in a way expect, that we do not how, that we do not what we supposed to do, how we supposed to deal with that, and to have successful results. So it's not something strange. It's not something which is kind of our will, and we as a museum heritage professionals are just insisting on that. It's happening in any other field too, but we must be aware of that. That's going on. And if we look at, again, not explanation, not definition, but kind of explanation, why is this happening with the heritage? The explanation is because it's usually perceived, or quite often perceived, not as 10 years ago, but still quite often perceived, almost like a self-explanatory explanatory term. So, like when we say heritage, everybody understands what is heritage. But that's not true. If we look, and now coming close to museum, no matter I will speak in my presentation all the time about the wider aspect of the heritage, which include museum, and this is just the proof. This is the still valid definition of a museum by International Council of Museum, which, as you see, that yellow part insists, or rightly insists, that museums are dealing with tangible and intangible part of heritage of humanity. As in many other resolution and declaration and convention and so on, even here, what is heritage, museum is explained, but what is heritage of humanity is something self-explanatory, something which does not need to be explained from, or, well, at least it is not explained here. There are some people, of course, more and more asking about, yeah, we're supposed to be precise or have clear idea what and how heritage is constructed. But we can easily see in this definition, which could be changed, maybe it will be changed the next year, but this is still a valid one, where the heritage is just self-explanatory term which does not need any more explanation. If you look at the reality of the globalized world and think about museum and heritage, I will just give 2, 3, 4 illustrations. This is one which on a upper image, you can see the Egypt, the image from Egypt, of course, iconic one. On the one down there, you can see, of course, Las Vegas in US. And when, in sense of museum professionals and all of us who really understand why and heritage is important, that 35 million people who are visiting Giza in Egypt and 6 million people who are visiting Las Vegas supposed to be fine. And I'm not speaking about, of course, last 15 months. But the reality, and this is numbers from 2015, but the reality is that 6 million people around visit original, so to say. And 35 million people is happy with the experience of Giza in Las Vegas. So we could be very angry about that. We could be unsatisfied about that, but that's reality. That's the reality of the world around us. And I'm saying this is supposed to be like that. I'm just saying let's be aware what is going on and in which kind of the world we are living in. The next one is illustration I'm using quite often. And this is, of course, La Pedrera in Barcelona, Spain. And if you ask many people, what is the most visited museum in the city of Barcelona or heritage attraction in the city of Barcelona? People will say Casa Batlló, Picasso Museum, La Pedrera, and so on and so on. And that seems logical. Of course, the most visited by far museum in the city of Barcelona is Museum of the Football Club Barcelona and Stadium Camp Nou. Again, is anything wrong here? Well, no. And we're supposed to be happy that at least we have a museum which is so much visited. But not many museum professionals thinking this way. Not many museum professionals think that it is okay and it's understandable and so on, that the Museum of the Football Club is the by far most visited museum in a city which have huge attraction, people like Gaudí, people like Picasso, and so on and so on. But that's reality. Combining of the cultural heritage and the natural heritage is another thing, of course, and still, no matter we are aware this is, interconnected, and we are saying it was always interconnected and so on, and much more often it happens, seems to me, much more often it happens in papers, at the presentations and so on, than it happened really in the field. And this is just one reminder, this is actually interpretation path in the Schwarzwald forest after the very, very big natural disaster there, and rangers, the natural park, decided to use that natural disaster to, send the story about the nature and so on and so on. But it seems to me this is not enough interconnected. Again, if we try to have or offer some definition, we could say that heritage is the collective cultural capital of the community, alive and important, as we said, as we saw before, and constantly changing or being created. And that's the important part. It consists of more, of course, than three-dimensional objects. The people responsible for museum use the capital for activities that are part of the cultural dimension of the development, of the territory, and of the community itself. And this is, of course, part when we are discussing about foremost museums. If we think that way, and I'm not saying this is definition, now you're supposed to, do the photo and use that definition after that forever. Now, this is one of the billion, but one which seems to me explain quite a lot what is heritage and how we're supposed to understand heritage. But if we use that definition, we could say that we need a tool, kind of the management, which will help which will help present and future generation to recognize, respect, use, transmit, and produce this basically essential capital as a main ingredient for building up any kind of development processes, foremost at local level, but of course as well as on a global, universal one. And that means, of course, many very good local projects which interconnect could, at the end, build the entire, global influence. If you look at the definition of Laura Jane Smith, she's saying, when we're thinking about connection in between heritage and management, she's saying what makes things valuable and meaningful, what makes them heritage, or what makes the collection of rocks in a field Stonehenge, are the present-day cultural processes and activities that are undertaken at and around them, and of which they become a part. So, again, as we will see on the next slide too, there is another importance which we must be aware all the time. The heritage have extremely strong relationship with contemporary moment, with today. As a part of discussing about our museum neutral or not, this could be something which could be interesting for us. This understanding of relation of heritage with the past, with the present, and there is, of course, relation of the heritage with the future. Graham Ashworth and Tunbridge said that heritage is that part of the past which we select in the present for contemporary purposes, that's important, whether they be economic or culture, or political or social, and so on and so on. So heritage is heritage because it is subject to the management and preservation, conservation processes, not because it simply is, not because it exists just out of nothing. And if you think about that too, and things I mentioned recently before, we could say that interpretation is extremely important. Oh, this guy is again here. So what is heritage interpretation? What is interpretation and what is heritage interpretation? I will not go into details about interpretation, the origin of the word and so on. I will discuss or explain a little bit about heritage interpretation. There is a three definition here about syntax heritage interpretation. The first one from Freeman Tilden, saying heritage interpretation is educational activity which aims to reveal meanings and relationship through use of original objects by first-hand experience and by illustrative media rather than simply to communicate factual information. What is interesting in this definition is that it's coming from 1957. So to calculate quickly, it will soon be 65 years around. So it's more than 2 generations. And the last one, the National Association for Interpretation, that national is USA. The heritage interpretation is a purposeful approach to communication that facilitates meaningful, relevant, and inclusive experience that deepen understanding, broaden perspective, and inspire engagement with the world around us. So that's what interpretation tends to be. But I'm coming back, and as I said, by discussing 2030, I will go back in a history and a part of the theory. So let's look at the 6 principles of interpretation by Freeman Tilden. And I am saying again, these principles are done in 1957. The first one, any information that does not somehow relate with being displayed or described. Yeah, thanks. Again, I'm late because using, thanks Alexandra, just remind me on time. Okay, I'm staying here to offer again to check the definition, 2 definitions which I actually read. And we are here, so I'm speaking at 6 principles of interpretation by Freeman Tilden. The first one, any interpretation that does not somehow relate with what is being displayed or described to something within the personality of or experience of the visitor will not be of any use. And that's important. That's indeed important. No matter I put 2 of them in yellow, so the second one, information, as such is not interpretation. Interpretation is a revelation based upon information. But they are entirely different things. However, all interpretation include, of course, research and information. And the fourth one, you can see the rest of them in the screen. And the fourth one, as very important, the chief aim of interpretation is not instruction, but provocation. So we are not school. And heritage interpretation do not imitate school. It's doing something else. Well, to be completely precise, good if the school program and the teachers are good and using the theories of today and applying that, then we could say, yeah, good heritage interpretation is similar to school. But if we compare heritage interpretation with a, so to say, classical way of teaching, then it's something completely different. And why we are doing that, why we are insisting on these 6 principles and many more as a part of discussing how we are interpreting and presenting things to the audience, that's because not to have that museum fatigue, but to have this kind of reaction from the users. But what more? What more we can do? As heritage experts, we must act as mediators in process of bringing source and user. Source is, of course, something which is any kind of, we could say any kind of the heritage, no matter we didn't define precisely heritage, but we offer some definition and point what we suppose, what is important to think about when we are thinking about heritage. So in process of bringing source and users closer together, which could be one of definition of heritage interpretation. And all that now brings me back to the late 60s and beginning of 1970s, when eco-museums started to appear in France. At that time, the some of museologists were quite unhappy with museums in late 60s, not only museums, but you know, we have that a movement in Paris, in Berlin, and all around the world about the establishment, against institutions which serve only small part, small proportion of society. And as a part of that, two of these guys, French, started with idea or created the very first eco-museum in the world. Why is that interesting here to us? Foremost, because eco-museum, the first eco-museum was established because of a reaction to the very poor situation in central France. So a part of the France where the industry started to close, no jobs, depression, and so on. And two French museologists come there and said, like, museum will maybe not solve situation, but museum could help. Museum will not open new jobs, it will not open 4, 5, 6, 10,000 new jobs, but museums will be kind of catalysator, kind of starter, kind of the engine who will assist local community foremost regarding their own identity, recognizing identity, offering inspiration, and so on and so on, and in that sense, regenerate entire community. If you look at the very quick difference between classical model and eco-museum model, it's a collection. Okay, those two guys. Sorry again, I'm really sorry. Those two guys are French museologists which created eco-museum, and if we look quickly at the model, the very simple model of eco-museum, we could say collection is what we have on one side as a collection. In eco-museum model is totality of the heritage. What we have on this side as a building. In eco-museum model is a territory. And what we have on, I'm saying here classical model, but you know, usual, let's say usual model of museum, what we have users or public. In eco-museum model, it's entire community. So even those people who are not visiting museum or eco-museum. And what is interesting to me and what I would like to point out is that definition from 1973 saying any movable or unmovable object within the community perimeter is psychologically part of museum, which is completely different understanding of what is the part which museum is dealing with. And as one of the author of eco-museum, the very first eco-museum is saying, this introduced the idea of a kind of cultural property, right, which has nothing to do with the legal ownership. So this is completely different idea and completely different starting point. Just to give you a quick illustration about eco-museum, almost all eco-museums work as the so-called 0 point or center, and then many of satellites or antenna, as they call it in France. So it means eco-museums are always spread around the territory. It's not coming to the one center, it's not coming to the one city. So it's indeed interpretation of totality of the heritage of the local community. With, of course, different kind of activities which are not so, which are now often in any other museum, but there is an idea behind how and why the eco-museums organize things in their way. Again, if you put main eco-museum characteristic, I will not bullet all of them now, read all of them, because I mentioned many of them. I will just point to the fourth one, or fourth one on my slide, and it's saying quite clearly that one of characteristic of eco-museums is community empowerment. And what is indeed interesting here, that eco-museums from beginning of 1970s put that in the front. So, of course, it's not strange at all to discuss today about community empowerment. But we have the examples, 50 years old. So, not necessarily we need to go back and do exactly as they done it in 1970s. No point of that. But we have that part of tradition for, half of the century within eco-museums. So, community empowerment, which is planned and managed by local communities, which is indeed democratization of culture and natural heritage or overall heritage of the local community. If we want to offer one definition with, sum up, we could say the eco-museum is a dynamic way in which communities use their own heritage for their own sustainable development. Just a few illustrations, not to have too many text. This is one center in Norway. It's not officially eco-museum, but have all characteristics of eco-museum. And the purpose, as you can see down there, is to manage the heathlands as a living cultural heritage. And this is something which we could easily find in philosophy of eco-museums. An eco-museum could exist any place. Again, this is the example from the Rio de Janeiro, from favela there. So you can easily have idea of the role of this museum. It's of course because of the very poor quality of life. The eco-museum and the cultural center assisting in progressing the quality, the spending good time, offering space for development, and so on and so on. And again, the third one, which none of these three are officially eco-museums, but do have characteristics. This one from Croatia, from the ex-war 1991 to 1995 ex-war border region. It's a residential castle, and which is kind of indeed played the role, that residential castle, which was kind of museum before the war and completely destroyed during the war because it was really on the borderline, actually had the role of mitigating, connecting relationship, connection in between two sides after the war. Actually, the spot was the very first place where people after the war, the Serbs on one side and Croatians on another side, come and had some activities together. So some people are saying, okay, that's lovely, and okay, we do understand you, but the main part or the most important part of the dealing with heritage is conservation. And I could partly agree. I'm just replying that why we are doing conservation, it's not just because to do it, but supposed to have the reason. And if you think about the interpretation, we could say through interpretation there is an understanding. Through understanding we will have appreciation. And finally, through appreciation we will have protection. So if we are doing conservation because of heritage professionals, that's partly fine, actually not, if you ask me. But if we do that, and if we do other activities, and here interpretation is pointed out, we will have protection not by funds coming from Ministry of Culture or some regional funds and so on, but by the people. Because people, society, community will appreciate what is around them, and they will actually protect it. So we could say interpretation is kind of storytelling conservation or something like that, which could be done as a theater, as a TV documentary. I especially like BBC TV documentary, but could be any preference preference you have. If we come back to what I said, heritage experts must act as mediators in the process of bringing source and users closer together, as we said before. I will add here, but with objective to develop skills in individuals / community or communities, which will encourage and ensure their, so of individuals and community, full understanding of heritage, including its creation. And all that with idea or goal to have or to reach literacy as a state in which they, individuals, community, or people, would competently interpret and manage their own heritage, thus contributing to the creation of new, additional values and improvement of the quality of their own life according to their own preferences. So, if that sounds radical, I will try to explain what I'm having as idea behind. If you look at definition of literacy, different one, I use that one from the Center for Literacy of Quebec. Literacy is a complex set of abilities needed to understand and use usually dominant symbol system of the culture. Could be alphabets, numbers, visual icons, and so on, for personal and community development. But the nature of these abilities and the demand for them indeed do vary from one context to another. Yeah, we could say easily, you know, without knowing how to read and write, it's hard to survive in today's world. It's still possible in some small spots, and it's still more important to have some other skills than reading and writing. But reading and writing is not the only one. There's more complex set of abilities which we do need to have quality of life, to be successful in life, but to have quality of, let's say, indeed, overall quality of the living on a planet Earth. In that sense, if we look at the literacy as a complex set of abilities, we could say that heritage literacy is or could be part of the human rights. And I just must have some relation or comments with the keynote yesterday, the last keynote yesterday afternoon, which discussed with an extremely good example about the human rights and connection in between human heritage and human rights. But from my point of view, heritage literacy, I will not say it's beyond human rights. It will be maybe too ambitious, but in sense it is. So it's not just giving to some community right to have their own heritage, but it's giving to communities right to define, first to define heritage, and then to manage with that heritage in a way how they think it's the best, in a way to assist their own development. Of course, if that development is in clash with the development of the neighboring village, then we could have an issue. But literacy goes for kind of the, as I said before, kind of the offering right and explaining to the people, teaching them, we can use even that word, about what, how, and how is heritage, how heritage is created, what is the important part of understanding heritage, and at the end, managing of it for their own benefit. So we could say that heritage literacy could be a specific methodology of heritage management, the community-based heritage management, a process of achieving awareness for production of meanings and the managing of that meanings. Or in other words, enabling communities to shape and use heritage in a sustainable way and according to their needs. Okay. Again, one slide as an illustration, not of heritage literacy, but maybe about a small step, how, indeed small step, and some of, or all three of, by my engagement here, how we could come a little bit closer to that point. And if we think about heritage management, and as you can easily remember, that was part of discussion which I mentioned at the beginning, we could say, and looking everything what I say in this today presentation lecture, we could say that heritage management is a multidisciplinary branch that, if properly understood, goes beyond relation reduced solely to the protection and direct economic viability of heritage. And I'm putting in front protection and direct economic profit because quite often even heritage professionals, but especially politicians and some other people involved, people from economy sector and so on, quite often when discussing about heritage are just pointing out that economic part. So if there is not profit, then they will not discuss about the heritage. So this is the first thing which is, I'm sure we could easily understand it's wrong. Protection is important, economic influence is important, but it's not only about that. So contemporary understanding of heritage management implies respect for all socially relevant factors in a given context and consequently ensuring tangible benefits by which heritage management contributes to the development of primarily the local community, but also as society as a whole. Modern heritage studies, with their critical approach, point to the complexity of the concept of the heritage, thus redefining established ideas of heritage management we discussed just above. And we could say at the end that heritage management, taking into account things mentioned today, including especially literacy, means socially responsible knowledge management, actually. And here, just kind of, as I said, sum up about coming years and about importance of the things in the coming years. Competencies, but different kind of competencies, still those which we have and are aware the museum and heritage professional needs, but more than just those which are, self-understandable, will be needed in the future. And more of that competencies will be soft skills. I will not go into the details now, but it will more related to other things than what we call the main scientific discipline. Could be, in the archaeological museum archaeology, in the ethnographic museum ethnology, and so on and so on. Communication is one among them, which is extremely important. Collection and care, yes, of course, that will remain, and it is good it will remain. It is good it will remain as important, but it will not have the same amount of influence, I will say, as community, communication, and collaboration, just to put three words here, which include many things discussed yesterday, and many things are actually discussed in a way of museum work in the next decade. I just put here playing a little bit with a 1C, 2C, 3C, so I ended up with some three words which indeed do sum up the many things which are going on. And that's, I think, all what I want to say in my presentation. If it was confused, that's not so bad. There is option for questions. As I said, and as a part of heritage interpretation is saying, the point is not instruction, the point is provocation. So if I've done that a little bit, at least I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Darko Babic from Croatia. Although we can already see Kaja Antley from Down Under. Kaja, I don't know if you were following us this morning, but we were a little bit late due to technical difficulties. Please wait a little bit longer. I have some questions for Darko. Darko will join me now, but while we take questions and comments, you will take a short look at Slovenia. Enjoy.
These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. I know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. Back to you.
Hi, welcome back to the studio. We have some questions for Darko, of course. Your speech was very interesting, and there are some questions for you, a little bit provocative, maybe.
Fine.
Of course, we will start and end with some very relevant topic for museums in 2021. First of all, we were talking about COVID-19 and how it is going to affect museums. And I would really like to hear about your thoughts on that.
Well, it's impossible to predict. The first thing, and I think this is the most important, is that let's see, hopefully we will soon see it will be over, whatever over means. And I think for a majority of us, over means that we will go back to what we call the old normality, and that includes museums. And then there is discussion about that all this time, the last 16, 15, or 2 years will be at the end for sure, will change us and will change museums. Yes, it will. But I'm not sure about all prediction about how that change will happen and influence of that change. I'm on position partly that in a new old normality, we will have things which will go even faster regarding tourism, regarding push on museums and so on, as it was in 2019. And I don't want to be the kind of pessimistic. I'm optimistic as a person, but it seems to me that many people will have that kind of the feeling that they must rush, they must catch, because the new virus may become 2030, and they will have less respect for many things. And I'm predicting, doubling number of visitors in Louvre just doing the photo with the Mona Lisa and going out. Hopefully, I am wrong. Hopefully, and of course, this is one part. The other parts are that connected with the digital. Yeah, something is very nice, but we are all tired of the Zoom and other things, unfortunately. So if we use some parts of experience and use it smart, it will be useful, and we really could profit out of that. But I'm not so sure we will be smart enough. I do hope so.
Well, at the moment you said pessimistic, our screen back there disappeared. Now we have black background, so so much about pessimism, and so much about digital, we were saying today. This is the right day to talk about that, obviously. What are your thoughts? Because during COVID-19 pandemics, we were all going digital, and it was so very important. And at the moment, it really was. But there are, of course, other opinions about digital in museums. Should everything go digital or not?
Well, I think the answer is obvious, not. I have some, 2 days ago, I have the defending of master thesis, and the students show One Croatian Museums, the permanent exhibition done, few months, year ago, and they have the multimedia of the forest, and kids are playing there. And what is funny, that museum is surrounded by the forest. so kids are playing in museum on a digital forest, no matter there is forest around. So you think, what is the point here? Well, it's useful, as you said. It's very useful, and it helps us for a quality of interpretation, for example. It could helps us enormously. It could easily, and it is connecting us, the friends in Argentina, in Japan, and in Canada. We can easily, discuss, chat, exhibition, and so on and so on. The problem is that, seems to me, no matter I'm not the first one which is opening this question. The problem is that we do not think why, and it's still kind of let's do digital, and then later on, somebody maybe will ask why we done that, what we want to achieve. I'm not saying, museums do have, curators do have idea sometimes, but it seems to me it's not, quite often it's not well developed idea why we are doing that. It's still more like a trend than, real clear thinking about, yes, we will have digital here because of this, and this.
Well, thank God that Slovenia has so many forests, because we don't have the money for everything that should be, in some opinions, digital, maybe in the future. But Kaya, Anna and Elena, I'm sure, are going to
discuss about
have
that.
Other opinions or discuss that, of course. But there is another question that we mentioned before your speech, and somebody really wanted to dig into that topic. So can we truly regenerate and revitalize cultural heritage or the museum sector without including holistic repatriation of knowledge, objects, and human remains into the equation?
Well, I hope that my presentation actually said, no, we need to have all that included. And what is fascinating me, and that's why I use that part to present, is that, of course, if you look at that sixth principle of heritage interpretation by Freeman Tilden from 1957, I didn't point out to that one, the fifth one. which more or less in text, in saying from 1950s, is saying holistic approach is essential. And it's, indeed fascinating me that the guy at that moment recognized importance of that. Same thing we could say about some of the practice of eco-museums. So I will say, no, we need to include that. And one thing which is, of course, important, and that relates to heritage interpretation as well as to eco-museums, is that the regional approach. So there is no one solution. There is no something which is done in Denmark will be valid in Slovenia, or especially some done in I don't know, Spain will be valid in Namibia. No point. If we use that kind of approach, better not to do it. So that regional aspect, that aspect which in Kenya and Vietnam or Canada, it will be different. And not only in countries, it will be indeed different within the countries and within the counties or whatever kind of administration different countries have. So yes, it's necessary, and yes, that very regional approach, local approach is extremely needed.
Darko, we could talk on and on. I know there are a lot of very interesting topics, and you are a great speaker.
Welcome.
And you have good thoughts on museums. I'm sure that we are going to invite you to Slovenia again and to other conferences, because you have interesting opinions and a lot of knowledge about museums and museology. Although we are ending a little bit dark, as I said, the screen behind us died. We are going to take care of that later. Maybe still very positive or a thought that museology is changing. You will always be, or we will always be very busy.
I do hope so.
Yeah, yeah, me too. But we will also have to change museum definition. We were talking about don't have time.
I just pointed out. Well, I was more critical in a way, because I point out that it's about heritage of humanity in definition, but there is no definition of heritage.
Yeah.
So it's defining something without have definition of what you are using it.
Yeah.
So, and I agree that there is a point to rethink and seriously, and we are doing that as a part of ECOM, seriously rethink the existing museum definition.
Since I can see that there are more questions coming from you, for you, not from you, for you, we are going to, since you are leading the last panel, which is about rethinking museums, when you are going to have questions and answers session, we are going to give you questions for you and for your guests.
To read the question and then to answer it. Okay,
and maybe share it with your colleagues as well. So nothing is lost, thank God. And we would really like to ask technical support to bring us Slovenia for 2 minutes, and then we will go on with our next panel about digital in museums. So our beautiful Slovenia.
These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. I know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and sky so blue. So I keep coming back.
Are we live now? Yes, okay. Hello to you, hello to Australia. I'm waving, I hope that you can hear me, and I hope that we will solve these technical problems very soon. And it's like, we could say, especially the real and the excellent time for technical problems. Because this panel, the Digital in Museums, What's Next, is dedicated to digital, to what we are working everywhere in the world right now because of pandemic, but not just because of that, because this is actually the main topic of our development, of our future, of our present. So we are really glad and proud that we have so great speakers with us, even though we are sad that one of the speakers actually could not be here because due to the health issues. So we are saying hi to Emilia Stoimenova-Duh and wish her well very soon. Hopefully we'll see her in the next conference on maybe other occasions. So thank you all for your understanding. Okay, here the screen is back. So we are now again in this great environment of the graphic design of the conference. And we are starting with our second panel, as I already told you, and I'm really glad, I'm Alenka Čanec-Krošelj, I'm really glad that I will be navigating this panel. So first we go to Australia, to Kaya Antley. Her references are quite huge, you have everything in the program, but as Slovenian, and as this is happening in Slovenia, we are really proud that she is, like we say, the product of also our country and spreading her knowledge around the world. And now she's actually working in Deakin University, as you can see, with the logo in her presentation. And with many, many memberships and many activities, she's also the co-founder and president of the Slovenian Australian Academic Association, a member of the Association of Slovenes Educated Abroad, and a mentor in the American Slovenian Education Foundation Fellowship Program. She worked in so many projects, and today she will present one of it, Extended Reality for Heritage Interpretation of Post-Industrial Cities, Design and Manufacturing of Geelong, and how community-centered design approach can be developed, can be included in extended reality, pop-up museum experience, connecting home users with their local manufacturing and design heritage. So please, the floor is yours. Hello, thank you for being with us, and here is the time for your presentation.
Najlepša hvala, Elenka. Lep pozdrav vsem skupaj v Maribor. Thank you so much for this invitation. I'm really glad and proud and honored to be here with you from Australia. I hope you can hear me loud and clearly. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about extended reality project that we are currently working on. And before I start with my presentation, I would just wish to begin by acknowledging the Bunwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land on which I'm based today, actually in Melbourne. I pay my respect to the local people and to their elders, past, present, and future. So Geelong is 80 kilometers away from Melbourne, is the second biggest city in Victoria. Kind of a similar relationship as you might be aware of in Slovenia. We've got Ljubljana, national capital, and we've got Maribor, which used to be very industrial, and a similar city is Geelong. We talked today about a post-industrial city, and this is because a few years ago, mostly around 2016, this regional city lost quite a lot of traditional and heavy manufacturing facilities with their closure. The truth is that the city is still going through a major transformation, and we're talking about advanced manufacturing. But this identity, it's really interesting to be explored. So on one side, we've got very traditional manufacturing, and on the other side, we've got quite a lot of local inventions. So we were interested in how heritage of those inventions could be used as an inspiration for creating engaging extended reality pop-up museum experiences for learning, enjoyment, and inspiration. On one side, to local community, to schools, even researchers, and maybe technology innovators, but also to tourists as some sort of an economic part of this region. So we're talking about technology as an enabler. And I totally agree with Darko, who is saying that it's really important to think about physical representations. And this is why we are exploring what are the possibilities of technology as being an enabler and not as a cause. Going back to Geelong, back in 2017, the city went on a journey where they explored what would be the 30-year vision. So they established a community-led survey, and the city decided that by 2047, Greater Geelong will be internationally recognized as a clever and creative city region. Other scenarios were green city, they were related to health and other things, but they decided to go with clever and creative, mostly because of very rich engineering and manufacturing tradition. We could also say a design tradition in a more holistic way. And interestingly, similar time, at the end of 2017, Geelong got a designation of UNESCO Creative City, UNESCO City of Design. So it's a part of this quite large network. So we started this project with the kind of an idea of looking at what other cities, post-industrial cities or similar industrial cities are doing in our partnerships. And we created an initiative that's been funded by our Deakin Science and Society Network that brings together both STEM and social sciences, humanities disciplines. So we are currently working mostly with Coventry University, what you will see later in the presentation, but our partners may be conducting similar research in their cities in the future as well. So in Geelong, we created a small case study that was first initiated by our team at the School of Engineering, mostly at Virtual Reality Lab. and we teamed up together with colleagues from Heritage Department, from the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as from our design colleagues from the School of Communication and Creative Arts. We also teamed up with the city of Greater Geelong and all major GLAM institutions, Geelong Gallery, regional libraries and Heritage Centre, as well as the National War Museum, which is acting as a regional museum of Geelong. When we talk about extended reality, we really work across a variety of different realities. On one side, we've got physical reality, which we understand mostly as maybe 3D printed replicas or some sorts of copies, scale models, and so on. And on the other side, we've got total immersion of virtual reality and everything in between, which we call today extended reality. With digital heritage interpretation, because it's a very complex discipline, if I can say discipline, it's really important that we collaborate in an interdisciplinary way. So on one side, we've got heritage and GLAM institutions, and on the other side, we've got engineers who provide technology. Heritage institutions can provide content, can provide a space for this content to be presented, but it's also important to think about whether we need to include any subject matter experts. And as you will see in this presentation, we've teamed up together with engineers, with automotive historians, and similar professions. I see myself more as an interpreter and designer. My background is in museum and heritage studies, as well as in industrial design. And I try to somehow connect all those pieces together in order to create emerging, engaging museum experiences. We have a great team all across STEM and HAS disciplines, and design and interpretation connects all of those. So here you can see the team of mainly Deakin colleagues, and it's really important that as we are building our teams, they are coming from a variety of different disciplines. In regards to our project, what we wanted to achieve is basically to critically examine the perceptions of post-industrial cities using the participatory cities to provide an international comparison. We hope that we will be able to do this in the future, especially after, or better say, in COVID normal. We also want to explore the social value of heritage and its potential digital interpretation, and those results will be used to analyze and compare in order to inform the future development of extended reality experiences. We also want to create stimulating learning environments and resources, not only for museums, but also for schools and individuals in particular. We want to empower community through engagement with digital technologies, and in that regards to provide new technological skills to communities, and with this to increase employability and engagement. We also want to question perceptions and stigma of post-industrial identity and address this issue of lack of diversity in engineering practice in an attempt to really attract more diverse participants to the fields of engineering, talking about women, talking about indigenous, LGBTQ communities, and so on. So our project is being divided into three major parts. So first year, we created surveys and interviews that were conducted in the region. That was mainly related to the heritage content to assess social value of design and manufacturing heritage. Then in 2020, we wanted to create participatory design workshops. We had to cancel them, I think, 3 days before. That was early March 2020, but fortunately we were able to do that in March 2021 during the Geelong Design Week. And as a third part, we got a few PhD students who are working on their own experiences, exploring the development of this type of experiences around museum, around design and manufacturing heritage. So if you look at the surveys, we spent, I think it was around 4 months of conducting those surveys. Online surveys were focused on adult communities in our region, but we also did 5 interviews with stakeholders. We asked a representative of the engineering community, then a local government representative, museum professional, teacher, as well as heritage professional. And on this image, you can see one of our researchers recruiting our participants inside of Geelong Gallery. In the next few slides, you will see a couple of results, and it might be interesting to look at those and think about what this tells us and how can we approach those results further. So it was a really good sample of a variety of different levels of education across the whole spectrum. We also got a variety of different ages, mostly around 46, 65. And also our gender was quite various. So I think that the demographics was really well spread out. But if we go and look into the results, here are a couple of questions. For example, how strongly do you agree or disagree with the following statements? So first was, for example, Geelong should leave behind its manufacturing and industrial past and create a new and different identity. As you can see, not everyone agrees and not everyone disagree. So this is kind of very interesting that you see in one city very diverse answers. And the second question, people from outside Geelong see Geelong is a negative light because of its industrial past. Again, very interesting to see both agree and disagree in a very similar way. Geelong should celebrate its design and manufacturing traditions. In this case, the majority of our participants, local community, agree that Geelong should celebrate this heritage. And local design and manufacturing heritage could be important to our local community. It could bring more tourism to our region and so on. So most of the people also agree. So we had more of those questions, but we don't have time to look at those. On the other side, there were also some more qualitative results in relation to if they can describe what they think about is important to them, whether why the design manufacturing heritage is important. And here is a collection of a few answers that they're all related to how this manufacturing tradition actually gave them a lot of jobs to their family members, to themselves, and so on. But there are also others who say, for example, it's because design and manufacturing are the biggest reasons of Geelong's existence. And they are important to us, just as history is important to mankind. It gives a sense of belonging and purpose to the people of Geelong. Maybe interesting for our colleagues in Europe, Geelong is a very diverse community, and this is because of this industrial past. A lot of people came to work to this city. And one of the participants said, it's the fabric of our community, and it's where so many of our people were employed and arrived living from, particularly migrants from the 50s through to the 80s. For example, Yugoslavs, Italians, Slovenians, Croatians, Macedonians, Serbians, Bosnians, Russians, Ukrainians, Spanish, and so on. It tells an important and rich story from our past. Or Geelong's recent history is of building an economically success and pleasant new city after the end of major manufacturing industries. We can provide guidance and inspiration to other regional areas in Australia, and some of their industries decline or go through decarbonization. So you can see that the answers are quite diverse. I'm not going to read everything, but maybe just for an example, we also asked how people think those GLAM institutions could help and could contribute to an immersive and interactive exhibition about Geelong's design and manufacturing. So we got quite a lot, this is just a small piece of it, but we got quite a lot of ideas how those different institutions could contribute. For example, they could create some workshops, they could have, for example, showcase some writers, book writing competition. They would like to see the display of working drafts, or maybe gamify the search for patents, collection of original parts. They would like to hear some sounds of life from 1930s, some old hardware, prototypes, originals, and so on. In regards to our interviews to our stakeholders, we asked them a few questions. I think there were around 9 or 11 questions. And one of them was related to our diverse community. And do you believe learning about local design and manufacturing heritage could encourage girls, women, and other underrepresented groups to participate in engineering studies and profession? So why we actually asked this question is because engineering in Geelong is relatively still quite male-dominated profession, and we would really, it would be important to see more diverse groups. And so the question is, can heritage of this city, especially design manufacturing, contribute and help bringing more those groups into not only the studies, but also to work. What was interesting to hear from engineer was that they agree that not everyone has an opportunity to really be exposed to this heritage, to this engineering, especially because it's not visible that much. And if it would be visible, they would understand that today manufacturing is not anymore dirty and messy place, but it's much more advanced, and it's quite different. Another question we had was, have you heard of any of those Geelong inventions? And we gave them a list of the most recognizable. Interestingly, the oldest were much more recognized than one of the recent ones. So that means that we probably need to work on that, how to promote more recent inventions, innovations, products and services. One of the most recognized heritage is a ute, and this is a utility vehicle that was designed here in Geelong in 1934. And because of those kind of a symbolic meaning to the region, we decided to go and explore the possibilities how to interpret these heritage objects more in depth, as you will see in the next slides. This also showed that not only youth, but also a Ford. So Ford company was is actually still in Geelong. It came around 90 years ago, and it was a major identity of the city because the majority of people actually work there. So you can see these are the five things that people associate with Geelong design manufacturing. The first is definitely around Ford and cars. The second would be around wool industry. And the third, it's our different ideas. We also asked them what kind of experience they would like to see. And it's interesting that, for example, of course, seeing a real object is the most important if we go back to Darko's presentation, but they're also interested in whether they can touch it, maybe use it and play with objects. We know that this is not always possible with original objects, so can we use extended reality to maybe provide some of those engaging opportunities? So let's talk a little bit about our heritage objects. A ute, a utility vehicle, first designed by Lou Band in Ford in Australia, in particular in Geelong. This heritage object, it's actually not available at the moment in a museum in Geelong. So that means that it's not available to the local community. And we later 3D digitized it. We needed to go 2 hours driving from the city to be able to 3D digitize it. And it was at a private property. So how can we bring this museum or heritage object to the local communities? Why is this important is that maybe if just give you a little bit of a story, and apparently it's true. In the 1930s, there was a Great Depression, and you would not be able to get to the loan from the bank for a car. You could only get it for the truck. And there was a farmer's wife who sent a mail to Ford in Geelong saying that they're not able to buy 2 cars. They would like to have 1 car to take the to go to the church on Sunday, and 1 car to carry the pigs on Monday to the market. So that letter came to Lou Band, and they decided to create a new type of a car. So the car would have a chassis as an ordinary car, but it would have a roof and a cargo tray. So we're not talking about pickups, we're talking about cars with an ordinary chassis. So that car actually became an identity of Australia, and the last ute was produced back in 2016, and it's because they were not able to really to sell enough cars, but it's still very important identity. So we 3D digitize it. We are working with Dr. Rose Ben, who is one of the daughters of the designer, and we got quite a few PhD students working on a variety of different projects. For example, Manca Ogrizek, a Slovenian researcher, she is looking at 3D interaction techniques to interact with such museum objects. And interestingly, as a silver lining of this COVID-19, we actually had to create a museum from home box, deliver it to our local families, test it, Manca draw back, and facilitate over Zoom. So I think it's went fantastically well, and we're exploring those options around museum from home even more. We got Kristen Myers, who is working on 3D printed puzzles of the youths for STEM outreach and education. On the other side of the ocean, we got Saif Al-Atrash at Coventry University. He's not looking at the Ford Youth, but he is looking at the Lanchester's petrol electric car from 1927, and how gamified immersive museum experience can assist local communities in the UK to get in touch and understand better this museum object. Ibrahim Itanin started his PhD a year ago, and he's looking at how can we use virtual reality and how can we use eye tracking to measure empathy development of museum experiences. And he is developing manufacturing setting to raise awareness of manufacturing in Geelong. If you remember, I was talking about that a little bit before. He's also looking at the levels of the levels of realism, how that affect the level of empathy. If you want to learn more about our project, there's a short video available on the Vimeo, where you can see Rose Band also explaining the story of the church and the pigs. And we are trying to present it as much as possible, not only on an international level, but also we were invited to talk to the community of automotive historians of Australia. And it's a great pleasure to talk to people who really know a lot about cars and youths and so on. The project has been in the media, not only in Australia, but also in Slovenia, in particular in Delo magazine, in Finance. And this is the way how we want to exchange our experiences with our communities, also on the other side of the world, and particularly in Slovenia. So before I finish this presentation, just a few slides around our latest activities. So as mentioned, last year we cancelled our Geelong Design Week. It was actually the first Geelong Design Week ever after the designation of UNESCO City of Design. So this year we were able to invite all the executives from the GLAM institutions, Ford, Geelong Manufacturing Council, as well as the city. And we used that opportunity also to explore those results from the survey with them as well. And that will also be published in scientific papers. So you can see on the left side below, it's our team. It's fantastic to work with very creative people. And we have more creative people in Slovenia. We are collaborating with Uroš Hochkraut, who is a 3D designer. And we are working on the scenario of the virtual reality interactive experience. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It's impossible to acknowledge everyone who's been collaborating, working, and supporting our projects. But it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can post, you can write your questions to Dr. Kajan Clay in the chat in YouTube or also on our Facebook site. So, but now we go to Portugal. Ana Carvalho, are you here? Okay, great. Hello, hello. Nice to see you. I hope that I pronounced your surname well. If I'm not, okay, you will correct me. So we have again a great speaker with many references, with many interests, and maybe the most important are focused on cultural heritage, museum policies, history of museology, contemporary museology issues, how digital technologies development influence museums and their ways of working. And this is actually connected to your presentation titled The Digital in Museums from Awareness to Integration. And I selected just one part of it. You will discuss, you will present the limitation potentials in promoting online content and activities, rethinking museums' role in a changing society. So actually everything that we are talking now for 2 days, and we are really glad to have your experience also, and we are waiting for your presentation, please.
Hello. Good morning. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be here, to have this opportunity to share also my thoughts on the digital and how the digital relates to museums. And thank you all. Thank you especially to Alexandra and all the team and all the partners that have been organizing these 3 conferences about this important issue, museums and the social, museums and social responsibility. So I'll start by recognizing what I think is a bit obvious. COVID-19 pandemic abruptly challenged in many ways how we used to work, how we interact, but it also challenged our awareness to the people and the world around us. So I imagine. In many ways, I believe we became more aware, and that's the reason I used the word awareness as a keyword in my title presentation, the digital in museums from an awareness to integration. And by the way, the term digital, when I mean it in the widest sense as possible, to include all digitally mediated technology, platforms, services, etc. So we became more aware. We became more aware that the crisis provoked by the COVID-19 pandemic has, in fact, widened all sorts of gaps in society, from wealth inequality, education, housing, job opportunities, income inequality, to inequality of access to culture. And museums are no exception. Museums are not separate from the world, as many other colleagues of mine have said before. So we became also, I believe, more aware of the gaps in society. Sorry, I'm lost. We became more aware of the gaps and limitations in our museums to really properly continue to communicate remotely with our audiences. So, and also we became more aware, I think, of the inequalities of the museum work itself, as several reports have suggested, from NEMO, ICOM, UNESCO, that have pointed out that larger museums that were better equipped with resources and with a track in digital transformation maturity in pre-pandemic times were in fact better positioned to thrive digitally. But that was not the case for many, many museums that did not have the same opportunities. On the other side, we became more aware of the existing gaps of access to culture itself. As the UNESCO report reminds us, almost half of the world's population does not have access to the internet, and thus the possibility to access culture through digital. So there are internal challenges for museums, but also more external, more systemic ones. So with this expansion of our life and work to the digital, I believe we became more aware of the potentialities, but also the limitations of the digital, and also more aware of what it means to expand to the digital, which might not mean exactly a replication or transfer of the built museum or the physical experience. We became more aware of the need to question preconceived ideas. We frequently hear or make a direct link between digital and access. However, if you look carefully, you may find that digital space is not free of access barriers. I believe it is important to keep asking the question, are we being inclusive? Who is left behind? Are digital content or the platforms fulfilling accessibility requirements? I think of those users and or audiences with special needs or with low digital literacy. For example, last year, I think it was last year, Zoom platform decided to make adjustments to the platform to introduce new options, namely the possibility to have sign language. In my view, this is somehow revealing of the constant need to keep revising the way we can improve access conditions digitally or not. So the list could go on, but my point is that for many museums, especially those that had delayed to step into what I call digital transformation, a number of issues were brought to the forefront with an unprecedented urgency and call to action. It seems that digital engagement is no longer a rhetorical potentiality for many, but maybe a real opportunity to find new ways to engage with your audiences, our audiences. Now I will share with you also my experience in the project Museums as the Future. It was a Portuguese project where we reflected about main topics of the museum work, thinking about the future, the next 10 years, including the topic of digital transformation. In 2019, the Portuguese Ministry of Culture took the initiative to create this task group called Museums of the Future, of which I was one of the members. The task group was coordinated by the Portuguese museologist Clara Ferreira Camacho, that some of you may know. So the aim of this group was to propose measures, recommendations, thinking of a 10-year public policy, considering issues of sustainability, accessibility, innovation, and relevance in society. And to do this work, our mandate was to consider the reality of 37 museums, palaces, and monuments under the Ministry of Culture, whether it was in the central administration or the regional administration. To do so, we carried out desk research, we did interviews, surveys, museum visits, We analyzed data, visitor studies, statistics, several internal documents and reports. And 1.5 years later, at the end of 2020, we finally delivered our research, this final report. And our target audience was policymakers, mainly in the Ministry of Culture, but also in other government areas. But it also addressed directly museums, palaces, and monuments that were covered in the project, but also it raised the interest of a larger community of museum professionals in Portugal. So this final report stressed, underlined 50 recommendations to, in fact, be considered in future public policy measures for these 37 museums, palaces, and monuments for the next 10 years with this horizon. So we organized these 50 recommendations around 5 main themes. Some of these themes were also responsibilities that were given to us by the ministry. So in these themes, we organized them like in 5 topics: museums management, networks and partnerships, and of course, digital transformation, collections management, and audience engagement. So I will move on, especially to talk about the recommendations regarding digital transformation, because this is the topic, and I think it's relevant for our discussion today. But first, I also would like to share with you a couple of ideas that somehow came from research and somehow guided our approach to this set of recommendations regarding digital transformation. So we understood the use of technologies has cross-cutting to many areas of museum activity, from back office to front of house, from management to communication, to education, exhibitions, collections, management, to audience engagement. We also approached digital transformation as a process where museums adapt, museums innovate, and where the use of technologies should help to support the museum's mission, and that such transformation should be, in fact, tailored to each museum's needs. And that such process of digital transformation should put technologies at the service of what we think is an integrated management, ensuring, in fact, that museums are more effective, they are more efficient, and they are more agile. So we assume technology is not necessarily like essentially good or easy. We think that taking advantage of technologies really requires informed and critical thinking, and of course the need to address technologies as tools, not as an end in itself, like Kaja was telling us about the idea that technology can be an enabler and not a cause or a function in itself. So we also understood that the use of technologies should be and can be a way to expand, of course, access. It can improve communication, it can enhance audience experience and engagement. In fact, visitors are more demanding and they expect more from the museum, including mediation with the digital. That should also guide us in thinking about the use of technology. And another note, the understanding that the digital and the physical are also part of a whole approach, in the sense of, if you like, 2 sides of the same coin. And in that way, they should be approached in a more integrated way. So we designed these 10 recommendations for digital transformation around 4 main topics, which we understood has interconnected topics that somehow can facilitate, can boost digital transformation. And they are capacity building and strategy, infrastructures and digital capacity, digitization, access, and partnerships. So I'll start with to talk a bit more about capacity building and strategy. So has many studies and have argued digital transformation requires new knowledge, specialization, and skills. So it means also to address museum gaps in terms of more specialized staff with digital skills. On the other hand, the need for training, upskilling, increasing digital literacy, digital confidence are somehow key factors to ensure a more informed, a more critical, and a more strategical use of technology. So, regarding capacity building and strategy, also would like to stress another point. It is about leadership. Digital transformation also requires sensitivity from museum leaders. It also requires what we believe openness to experimentation and also to take risks. Leaders that understand the potential use of technologies are, I believe, better prepared to identify the museum's needs, including staff training, and how integrate technologies to support what is the museum mission in a more strategic way. So before the pandemic, projects like such as MUSA, I also was a researcher in this project, this international European project that somehow also focused on the need to invest in digital skills in the museum sector. It was a project that considered the situation, state of the art in Portugal, Greece, and Italy. We designed a sort of roadmap of what were emerging digital skills mapping. And after that, we also designed a training program to address the needs that were identified. So if you want to know more, the project website is still on, and it has a lot of resources if you want to look more. So another example is the project One by One in the UK museum sector. Just to name a few initiatives that have been, some projects that have been exploring the need to bring new skills and knowledge to the museum profession, especially what concerns the digital. So museums can, in fact, be better prepared and somehow adaptable to the changes that we face in society. A topic, I'm sure Darko will talk more about it later on, about the skills. What are the expected skills for a museum professional in 2030? A discussion that I believe should be in our mind, since, like Darko said, change is the only constant is change. Museum professionals also have the responsibility to keep up with their skills to face these new challenges and changes. So I think that the pandemic has unquestionably somehow unveiled this in the more pressing manner. The lacking of skills has a limitation in many museums when faced with the need to really increase digital services. The last NEMO report, for instance, it says that almost 50% of museums were in fact lacking skills in digital literacy, which somehow confirms that the investment in digital skills is clearly a pressing key factor for museums' digital development. So what comes next is what is in my mind. Of course, there are, at least in my view, at least three pressing questions that every museum should ask to inform new steps, which is analyzing their own museum. What core skills can I identify? Which skills can be improved, and what skills are lacking and need to be heightened? Recently in the UK, the survey Digital Attitudes and Skills for Heritage that was launched by the National Lottery Heritage Fund, I think it's a good example that demonstrates the urgency of this assessment, the assessment of the situation during the pandemic, collecting information from museums, and to really be better prepared and find solutions that can really support each museum and heritage organization to develop their skills according to the needs that were identified, and thus be better prepared for the present, of course, and the future. So the second main topic of our recommendations for digital transformation is infrastructures and digital capacity. So the Portuguese museum ecosystem reveals a very limited capacity, both in terms of basic digital infrastructure conditions and insufficient financial investment. So we believe that in order to increase digital capacity, it is crucial to actually invest in upgrading museums' digital infrastructure and guarantee that museums can work in a more agile way. And so, of course, the importance of planning a digital infrastructure that is adaptable, that is responsive to new technology. Another recommendation also focuses on the need to create a funding program to support museums' digital transformation, according, of course, to each museum needs, objectives, and strategies. Again, if we look at least a NEMO survey on the impact of the pandemic, not surprisingly, infrastructure is pointed out to having played a significant role in limiting museums' digital capacity during the crisis, along with the lack of staff training on digital skills, as I mentioned before. So a third main topic of our task group in terms of future recommendations was also regarding digitization and access. In spite of some developments, collections, digitization is still an underdeveloped area in the Portuguese museum ecosystem. I believe for many countries and museums this is still an issue. So digitization investment was considered key to reinforce the creation, of course, of digital content, but on the other hand, also to ensure and increase access to collections. And another recommendation we stressed was also the need to find new ways with the support of digital tools to make collections widely accessible through thinking about open access policies also, and thus create the conditions to encourage audiences to share, to reuse, to stimulate participation, but also innovation and creativity. And finally, the last topic of our recommendation set, but not least important, partnership. The need to improve and reinforce external collaboration that can really help museums with different ideas, with different expertise, and I'm thinking about technology companies, but also research centers, other partners in the GLAM sector, to really facilitate projects that explore a wise application of technologies of knowledge transfer to museums, to meet museums' needs. I think what Kaja told us before, her project is a bit an example of this kind of collaborations that should exist and help museums also find their role and find the tools to really use digital in a more wise way. And of course, the role of audiences that is clearly important to meet audiences' needs. That said, I believe that many of these recommendations still echoes in the reality of the pandemic. I would stress that they are even more pressing than ever. And despite the report, Museums of the Future and the recommendations, they were prepared in response to the Portuguese ecosystem reality. Not surprisingly, when you read the reports produced about European museums' response to the pandemic, it is clear that the challenges are cross-cutting to most museums everywhere. Invariably, it calls for three interconnected resources: digital infrastructure, skilled staff and financial resources. And of course, a strategy that really connects all the dots. So while these recommendations for the Portuguese case are still to be integrated in a strategic plan, which is a work in progress, going to be taken to action, we hope. I would like to stress very clearly the key role here in public policies. There is no doubt that cultural policies can be decisive for museum development, to enhance their reach, to help museums have more relevance. And of course, cultural policies also have a central role in correcting inequalities. So in post-pandemic recovery plans, it seems even more urgent that governments must include support for museums, and very especially regarding digital transformation. And that means somehow ensuring that museums have the conditions, they have the resources also required to going forward in a more integrated, in a more sustainable way. On the other hand, for museums, being open to the reality, to the society, to its demands, to its changes, whether they are technological or other kinds of changes, it's crucial, I believe, to build relevance and stay connected. So I don't think we can go back and forget the digital. Stay relevant is also to meet our audiences' needs, and our audiences are clearly changing their ways they connect, they communicate. So museums cannot be a part, ignore our audiences. I do not know if, in fact, how technology development will unfold. None of us know. Nor I pretend to have a formula of what should look digital transformation for every museum, other than somehow having identified what we think are key aspects or ingredients that may somehow contribute to wisely integrate technologies into the museum work. From awareness, as I stressed in the beginning, I believe it is also time to integrate. And by such process of integration, I mean the ability to keep being curious, being open to experiment, to reflect, and then integrate what really improves your practice, your museum practice. Integrate what proves also to be essential and valuable to reach and engage with your audiences, and of course, integrate what really supports your museum mission. So as museums expand their activities to the digital, so it expands also, I believe, the complexity and the challenges. So this asks, again, for a more informed thinking and critically evaluate what works, what does not work, and why. So to make greater use of the digital in museum practice, I think there is a need to keep on experimenting, researching, reflecting. And I will paraphrase Courtney Johnston from her foreword in the book Digital Future of Museums, Conversations and Provocation, where when she stresses the importance of really asking questions, asking not just about what museums are doing, but how and why museums are doing it, and what are museums learning from it. Very real important questions. What have we been learning? And from that, what can we integrate in our museums? So I will conclude with another quote, a quote by Keir Wine-Smith and Sue Anderson, editors of this same book. And they wrote, digital museum futures should be experiential, they should be experimental, they should be mission-driven and community co-designed, responsive, inclusive, and open, evaluated and accountable, detailed, and polyvocal, grounded in kindness, empathy, and humility, staffed by practitioners with diverse backgrounds and experiences, and most of all, relevant and impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being with us. We will have time with you in discussion. Now I'm saying hi to Elena Villespesa. Do I
Hello.
can. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hi. So Elena works as an assistant professor at the Pratt Institute School of Information. She is co-founder of the Museum and Artificial Intelligence Network, and this is actually the topics, also the main objective of your presentation. You have written more about her in our conference notebook, so that's why I'm a bit rushing, because that we will have time for discussion and for answering your question. And now, welcome, the floor is yours, and please, we are eager to hear from your experience and from your excellent work.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to be here today. So yeah, as you mentioned, I'm going to be talking about a research project that I did a couple of years ago with Dr. Una Murphy from Goldsmiths, University of London. And this project is about understanding the landscape of how museums are using AI, but also reflecting on the potential ethical implications of this work. So this project was done in collaboration with, as I mentioned, with Goldsmiths and Pratt Institute. And we also work with, we started working with 3 partners in this project: the American Museum of Natural History, the National Gallery, and the Met. One of the first things that we did was to map the current research projects that museums were conducting in the area of AI. So here in this chart, you can see those dots with size represent the number of projects each year, and also a classification of different AI technologies. So you can see that, you know, museums are doing more and more AI projects, and we are now working on updating this year. But the main areas where museums are working are computer vision, machine learning, and also robots. So we made actually this list publicly available. So I added the link in my slide so you can access. There is a column with a museum description, the project, the technology that was used, and also some links to the references. So we had about 150 examples from museums, and we were pretty surprised about the numbers, because it didn't seem at the beginning when we started that project that there was that many, but collecting from papers, blogs, press releases, and talking with museum professionals, we were able to identify that high number. So in this project, we focus on 2 areas within AI. So thinking about how AI can be applied to visitor data, but also how AI can be applied to collection data. So these were our main research questions for this project. So when thinking about how AI can be applied to visitor data, we discussed about, you know, what are the necessary data governance and processes that museums need to put in place in order to manage AI. We also discussed, you know, how does the current museum sector code of ethics and regulations cover this rapidly growing field of AI. We also discussed best ethical practices to collect and analyze the data, and also thinking internally about skills. What are the skills that museum workers need to have? What is the ideal team for museums to work on AI? And then from the collection data point of view, thinking about, you know, how AI and machine learning, particularly that we notice has been applied to collection data, looking at the opportunities and challenges of applying these technologies to this data, but also how museums can minimize algorithm biases to interpret their collections. We also reflected on the lack of diversity in the museum field, in the tech field, and how that may potentially impact the outcomes of an AI project. And finally, a lot of museums are engaging with big tech companies to undertake these projects. So as a group, we openly discuss, what are the implications of working with these technologies and using the algorithms. So we started with 3 museums, but then we ran different events and we engaged with other members of the museum and academic community. So at the end, this network involved 50 experts, 6 universities, 15 museums, and we also ran 2 public events that in total involve over 200 members. So here are some photos of the events. So the first one took place in London at Goldsmiths University, and the second one at my university here in New York at Pratt Institute. So we did a series of workshops. We tested different templates on how we could discuss these technologies. And as I mentioned, we also ran 2 events, one at the Barbican Center in London and one at Cooper Hewitt Design Museum, working in collaboration with their interaction lab. I added some links here so you can access some of the recordings and reports from these events. So now I'm going to take you through some of the case studies and examples that were presented during this network. So we have, for example, the Welcome Collection that is using machine learning to look at the colors in the images, to look at how they can improve search, and also how they can find related content within their collection and offer that on their website. Princeton University Art Museum, they are using natural language processing to analyze academic and scholarly text and seeing how they can identify entities and make relationships between their documents. Another museum that presented their work during these events were the Harvard Art Museums. They have used different AI technologies. They use computer vision to look at the images from their collection and generate different tags and descriptions for their artworks. You can see here in the screen, they use Amazon, Clarify, Imaga, Google, and Microsoft. And what was interesting was that each of the tools provided different results for the same artwork. Another partner in this project was the Science Museum Group from London. They also use computer vision to create some tags for their collection. They have done a massive digitization project, and they don't have a lot of data for many of the objects. So they hope to see how using AI technologies could automate this process of generating tags and being able to provide something for users to enter in the search box so they can find these records. So on the right, you can see different tags, the top tags that were generated by Amazon recognition algorithm. And you can see as well the distribution, where you have some tags like person, human, weapon, art, that got a lot of objects that with that tag, but then there is a long tail in that distribution with other tags being used less in their collection. Another partner was the Met. They have done some manual work tagging the collections, but we also tested different algorithms like Google, Amazon, IBM Watson to see what were the results of applying out-of-the-box algorithms from these tools. It was interesting to hear from the Met about how they are partnering with other communities like the computer science technology, students in data visualization, to use these technologies, explore the collection, run competitions, provide new interactive tools that potentially could help users to explore the collection. So I'm going to take you through some of the key findings of this research. So the first of these findings were that AI was offering these museums new ways to present their collection. Computer vision, machine learning were automating some of these processes done in curatorial, in registration, and it was offering possibilities to analyze quickly and describe and present the collection in new ways. So here are some quotes from the participants. So for example, one of them said that this metadata will allow users to find and discover their collection online. There were not, as I mentioned, some of these museums didn't have any information on the record. So this will allow users to enter some subject keywords and get to these objects. Then something that was interesting is that these systems will offer different terminologies and different keywords that the museum will use. We compare those art or museum vocabularies, they will differ quite a lot from the keywords that we will get from AI technologies. And I have some examples here. So the Met has done some manual tagging for their collection. And for these three artworks, you can see the tags that were women, portraits, men. But when they applied computer vision, they were able to obtain different keywords. And something that was interesting is that some of them were more descriptive of what was in the artwork, like the algorithms were able to identify, you know, the clothes whereby these people in those artworks, like dress, garment, or hat. And that was useful to know the potential applications of AI. And I'll discuss that later in my presentation. So thinking about these possibilities and that example from Harvard Art Museums, they use these like different algorithms and they got different results for the same artwork. And you can see here an example of that for this still life. And it's interesting to see that, you know, in some of them they are very accurate. They were able to identify all the different fruits and elements in the artwork. But some of the algorithms went even further and they were able to add attributes and maybe emotional responses to this, like, you know, healthy or delicious, sweet. And that's interesting to see how the algorithm is interpreting in a more subjective way the information on these artworks. Another conclusion from this project was that AI is still in a very experimental phase in museums. And that was across all museums we partnered with in this project. So one of the reasons of that is that like internal resistance that exists in museums to show, you know, what algorithms provide. And some of that is, of course, due to some lack of accuracy, which I will discuss later. But it's still like that tension between, you know, providing something on a website that is like 100% accurate. So there is this internal debate about presenting something that, you know, comes from curatorial versus maybe an algorithm. And another like huge barrier to implement these projects, you know, in a website, on an app, is that there is a lack of AI expertise in-house. So there are not, data scientists is not a role that exists in many museums. Actually, it was interesting to see that the Wellcome Collection had that role, but that's not pretty common. So in terms of, you know, reapplying, readjusting the algorithms, that was pretty hard to make the case for. They hope that, you know, algorithms get better. And one of the things we discussed is that the entry barrier to use these technologies is decreasing. So someone with very limited like programming skills can use these out-of-the-box tools and be able to gather the subject tags or apply translation tools to these to the records. So maybe there will be like a balance later on in this type of projects, but so right now there is lack of AI expertise in-house, and also development like capacity to implement these projects in a front-face digital product. However, the partners presented some prototypes and some ideas that they were testing with when they came to applying some of these results and thinking about final users. So here's one from the Met, our Explorer. So with the tags generated from computer vision technologies, they created this site where you are able to choose a tag or enter one in the search box, and it will show you an artwork from their collection. And then the example you have on the right is from Harvard Art Museums. It's called the IIIF Explorer. And you have 8 different like interactive digital offering. And for example, I really like this one, the magic message, where you enter different keywords. And those keywords bring pieces from the collection from artworks that include that artwork. So it shows you like crops of the artworks, and you can create like a whole sentence based on that. So I have the links here, so I will invite everyone to have a look at these projects. So another important component and discussion in this project was ethics and the whole AI process and the implications of these algorithms. So we discussed the whole process from data collection to applying the algorithm to evaluating the output of these projects. So if we think about the data input, how the data is collected, we may think about potential biases already in collections data. Some museums collections are not diverse, they can go back at how museum collections have been gathered. So that's already creating a point of view when we look at, how are going to be the results and how we're going to train the algorithms, in which data that is going to be based on. And then also, how clean is the data and so on. When we think then about the next step of how the data is being processed, there is like here the big question about that black box that we talk about, and how like transparent like the data and how those algorithms have been trained to be applied to museum collection data. And what are the consequences of engaging with big tech companies, which they may have already biased algorithms based on location, on the data that they've been trained with, and so on. So here we had interesting discussions about the ethical implications of using these algorithms. And finally, we discussed the output, how we evaluate, the accuracy, the relevancy of the results. How do we take those and implement them so users can access the results? And yeah, how to go back in this in this process to retrain the algorithm based on the results. So this is one of the key things that came out from that discussion in the ethical and barriers to implement AI, is that there's a lot of bias and errors that are generated from these algorithms. One of the reasons is because even if museum collections for some of these institutions like the Met of the American Museum of Natural History are huge, we are talking about maybe like 500,000 records, the data is still like tiny to train an algorithm. And I like this quote from the collection information manager at the Met. She says, we only have 600 cats, and typically you need like tens of thousands of training records to properly train machine learning algorithms. And actually you can see some examples of the cats in the collection. They range from all these different art historic periods, and they're very different. And so very hard to, to train an algorithm to identify the next cat in the collection. The other important bias and more like lack of, a complete result is that algorithms are not able to provide the context and interpretation for these records. So here in this example for this sculpture of Cleopatra, you can see that Google and Amazon algorithms were able to identify that was a statue, a sculpture, it was art, it's a person. However, they were not able to identify the specific person there, like Cleopatra in this case. And here's the big one, like accuracy. And one of the main reasons why some of these institutions are not ready yet to implement the results is that, accuracy is not always there with algorithms. Even if sometimes the results are pretty good, they fail in many occasions. So here I put some examples. We had many of them, this fertilizer from the Science Museum, because of the form of the thing, it says that it's a musical instrument or a rattle. This sculpture is identified as a lady instead of a man. And I like this one. This dress is identified by computer algorithms as a diaper bag. So these were the main conclusions of our project. We wanted to be a project that is pretty practical and that can help the sector move forward with these technologies and help them think critically about the implications of working on AI. So we did a lot of practical exercises during these workshops. We had really interesting discussions and debates about whether to use them or not. So at the end, what we try to do is to create some tools that will support museums when thinking about these projects. So during this project, we tested different worksheets, different templates to create that discussion and to gather all the necessary requirements and elements that museums will need to consider in order to undertake this project. So we discuss capabilities, what are the resources, the data, the tools, the skills that you need to undertake these projects. We talk about stakeholders and how to manage those stakeholders, thinking internally and also externally about them, and who needs to be involved. And actually the list came up pretty big. At the beginning, you can think, okay, it's the technology team, but once you start okay, we have to involve the collection people, or maybe we are using visitor data, you need to involve people in the visitor experience team, membership, whoever is managing a database, and then the legal team because of the contracts and ethical implications, and then the infrastructures. At the end, it became a huge map of stakeholders. And then we did another worksheet discussing that workflow that I mentioned in a more detailed way, and thinking about all the steps from data input, data training, testing, application, data output, and then evaluation, and how also success looks like in this type of projects. So for each of these steps in the cycle of applying AI, we come up with some discussion questions that other museums can use. So we tested the worksheets and we got some feedback from the participants during the project. And we have created a toolkit that is freely available on the website of the project and can be downloaded by any museum that is thinking about undertaking this project. So yeah, here you have the link to our website where you can download this and also access some documentation and videos of the public events that we run. Yeah, here are my details and my colleagues' details as well. In case there are any questions or you want to get in touch about this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you also for inviting us to participate in your very interesting project. And now, before questions and answers, we actually go to my hometown, to Brežice, to visit museum, Posavje Regional Museum that I work in. We also have now a very challenging project for us, 21 stars of our regional heritage. So this is not presented in this film yet. It's presented on our website. But okay, I'm really grateful and I'm really honored that I can invite you also to the museum in our castle in small town Brežice, between Slovenia and Croatia. Okay, we are here again. This was also, was ours, Nights Hold the Heart of our museum, a short film. And I have, I think, all three great ladies with me. I can see only Elena, but I suppose that all three are here, as we have some very interesting questions for all. So please, I will give you the first one, and the questions are mostly for all of you. So, okay, first question, do you agree with Darko Babic that digital in museums should be approached thoughtfully and with care? Who will be the first? Do we have Kaya? I don't see Kaya.
Yeah, over
Kaya?
here.
Ah, okay. Maybe you can start.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely agree what Darko said, and I think it's important. We really need to carefully think about how we use technologies. And as said before, they're only our enablers and our tools. It's very similar if we look back to the art, artists would use a variety of different mediums. They would use different material and different tools to create artwork. And similar, if we talk about heritage interpretation, especially in digital heritage interpretation, it's really about the story, it's really about the content, and it's about the user and community. And those digital tools are really some ways of creating those stories and interpretation. Also, I would like to mention that it's not all about digital, and we all know how important it is to museums, as we all know, are the only medium that communicate with objects. And we should not forget objects are usually even material culture, and we should embrace that. But the question is, how can we preserve them? How can we protect them? And on the other side, how can we still create engaging experiences, potentially even hands-on experience? I have a question is, will digital become a new norm? Will digital become too accessible? On the other side, being physically present become more elitistic? This is something when I was a PhD student at heritology at University of Ljubljana, we always discussed how digital is actually elitistic. But I would like to question, is that now the opposite? For example, even if we look ourselves, I'm based in Australia, and it would be fantastic to be with you in Maribor. But unfortunately, because the borders are closed, I'm not able to physically be present at your place, which could be visible as some sort of elitism if I'm a little bit provocative. So we might see a lot of museum visitors, museum users being digitally present in museums, but who will be able to actually travel to maybe Met Museum in New York, who will be able to travel to some Portuguese museums, who will be able and afford to travel to Maribor and see museums there. So I think that we really need to think about physical and digital and how best to approach both.
Thank you. But I think that your example also shows us how this digital can be used for the society as the object, actually the main object, the most important object, identity object, is not actually available. Well, okay, maybe we can be positive and optimistic that the private person or entity will give this important object while now it is digitalized and has the importance of this main object of the identity. So it's also a good tool for showing the importance in a way. First maybe digital, and then maybe you will get this object for your museum, for the museum in Geelong. Okay, that's just a thought. Anna, please.
Exactly, yeah.
I think going back to the question about the idea that we have to be very careful with the use of technologies. Yes, of course we have, because these technologies can be used in a good way or in a bad way, or make no sense, or not bringing any value. So what I was trying to say during my presentation, it's really, we have to make wise choices, really have to know well, be informed, and always look it in a very critical way. Also, with Katja was saying about elitism and somehow some exclusivity. I think technology has these two dimensions. From one side, the digital can take you to see the collections, to know more about the museum that you cannot go physically. But somehow, on the other side, there are also inequalities. We have seen this in society, people that don't have the same equipment to access internet. So there's a variety of issues. And for museums, I think it's also an ethical issue. I think you have to be open to use different digital tools that people use, but at the same time, you cannot leave people behind. People that don't are illiterate in terms of digital, have low skills and as users, and has visitors have low skills. So it's a lot of issues inside of the same question. It's not just the digital is bad or good, but taking using it in a wiser way. And that means keep reflecting on these issues, ethical issues, as we move and keep practicing and keep improving and evaluating what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. So it's clearly not an easy question in sense. It demands more thought and careful assessment of what we are doing and why we are doing and for who we are doing. So I think it's a lot of issues in the same idea of digital that we have to be careful. But at the same time, we shouldn't be careful in the sense of not approaching digital, not using digital, because we use it in many ways in our personal lives, in our professional lives. So digital is already present. The issue is how much each museum will expand to digital and use it to really achieve their mission, achieve the goals they want to achieve. So it's quite an ethical, a critical assessment, an outlook that we museum should take on these issues when we talk about digital, but also taking risks and and going forward, I think.
And we know that museums are the most trustworthy institutions according to different surveys. So this is also a huge task for us to tell the truth, not to use it for different types of fake data and so on. And that was also very well shown in Elena's, when you have a lot of difficulties with recognizing. We know that artificial intelligence also has their own mind in one way. And so what is your opinion on this very thoughtful and caring approach to use digital in museums, as Darko emphasized?
Yeah, totally. That was kind of one of the discussion points in every project that was presented during the network, because we see the opportunities of using AI, but also, the implications of it, especially when it comes to ethics. So there is like kind of risk assessment that museums need to do when thinking about digital, and following on what Anna was saying about, taking risk. So what is better, and I'm putting more the question out there, what is better, like not to be able to access a collection because there's nothing you can input on the search box to find the records, or have something that is not 100% accurate, but that will allow you to access maybe 80% of the collection. So maybe there's something in between. Maybe museums, they don't want to lose that trust, and they want to be still like have that like knowledge and authority and have that trust from users, but at the same time, how that can they open to maybe other type of vocabularies and maybe other opportunities to be discoverable. That doesn't imply, losing that. So maybe it's something like, okay, you have these computer-generated tags on your website, but maybe you have a disclaimer or some information that says, okay, these are AI-generated tags, just like note that accuracy may not be there. If you see anything on the website that is not accurate, please, you can report it here. So maybe something in between, whether, museums continue providing that accurate and valuable information from the research, but at the same time they provide like new opportunities for discoverability. And one of the things also to think about these AI technologies is I'm always an advocate for users. So I do a lot of UX research as well. So thinking about how to use technology with care, thinking about, okay, what are we targeting with these technologies? Like, technology is not always the solution for everything that we want to do, and do some UX research about, who we want to target, what are users, what are technologies that they're using before even like considering digital.
Thank you. And I know that we all have good feedbacks from teachers from this using digital and this type of accessible collections and heritage for educational purposes on different levels. During the lockdown, this was really useful for all of us, and also then for preparing maybe the children to visit the museum in different ways. So maybe we didn't address this as much, but this accessibility online, digital, is very important for that too. So now we have another question. That's the second and the last one. So if you, according to our time, so if you have some very important thoughts, you can include that in answering this question. What does it take for museums to say they are digital? Because we all understand, or we differently understand digital in museums. And I can connect that with also this: is digital museums our future, or could a museum survive without going digital? As we know that we also have museums without objects, and they exist. So could a museum survive without going digital? And what does it take to a museum to be specified that they are also digital? You can mix, or we can go again from Kaya to...
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a really important question. How to actually set the standards for digitization, and particularly in my case, my research is mostly around 3D digitization. So that's another spectrum of that. Whether digitization it's only around 2D digitization, whether it's only around two-dimensional scanning of or photographing of the objects and make them accessible online. Is that enough, or do we or our future users will expect to have a three-dimensional representation of those objects? In more not distant future, but there are a lot research around virtual reality as well, in terms of how can we collaborate in telepresence, and we see a lot of social VR or VR in which in the last 18 months we've all been on Zoom, and we've all been on our screens, but you are probably quite aware that there are some commercial or even university opportunities that are looking at how can we use more three-dimensional approach to this. And going back to museums, what digital means is that really means that having a website, having an online collection, or also is this around interpretation, it's around social media or social VR, where to set the standards. So I definitely think that it's important to everyone to speak the language, especially we know that they are between 2 and 4% of objects that are not displayed in museum collections. So that is definitely an opportunity for digitization. But going to the question around can museums survive not being digital? We have a lot of different type of museums, and I definitely think that museum can survive, but not every museum. Probably it needs to be specific and needs to ask why some type of museum wants to be completely feasible and accessible only to those who will be able to physically be present, physically access it. So yeah, I mean, there are lots of changes, and COVID showed digital transformation. It's accelerated quite a lot. And I think Dark also mentioned about tourism and how we will travel in the future. And then the question also, are museums focus towards communities, local communities who use those museums, or would museum also focus in the future towards tourism opportunities and visitors to the regions?
Yeah, many questions, but okay, let's focus on this. Anna?
As catching on what Katja said about if museums, which museums could survive without digital, it's a good question. Maybe like Katja said, some museums, maybe art museums, some art museums, we see the movements of digital detox, coming also, where people look more for places without technology. So we have also this movement, and I think museums have to be also aware of these movements. And somehow the question is if museums, and especially art museums, can also give these places, can be these places. They are somehow, but in tune with the movement, the detox, digital detox, of contemplation, quiet places, calmer places. So there's also this trend. I don't know how much museums will engage or not with this. Maybe some art museums may feel more connected with this idea of exhibition galleries without technology, for instance. This might be a point. Regarding the other question about how the levels of digital in museums, like standards, or how much we would say this museum is digitally 50%, 100%. I don't know. I never thought about it that way. I think somehow digital is already a part of our lives, personal lives, in our working lives in museums. So more and more we'll have to work in this more hybrid thinking of experiences, physical experiences, and on the other way also having the possibility to present, to offer to our audiences digital experiences. So it will be, I think, we'll have to be thinking more in terms of more hybrid experiences, because the digital won't disappear. We will already work in the digital space. We don't know how much it will progress and go further, but the fact is we won't go back. I think what was clear with the pandemic and this intense use of the digital is that for museums, clearly the digital experience is not. It was the primary priority, and I think now it's not the only priority. It remains very important because people, and I think after the pandemic, we see people that they want to go to the social places like museums. They want the physical experience. So that's something I personally see, and personally I want to do. So there is also this need to and the physical, the humane won't disappear because it has value and people still appreciate that. I don't know in 20, 30 years how it will be. But for now, what we can see, and I can see as a citizen, as a user of museum, as a visitor of museums as well, is that there's enormous value, and that value didn't disappear of the physical experience. What I think museums can't miss or ignore is this window, this big window to think the physical experience not as the only priority, but and to think about other ways, hybrid ways maybe. And like someone said before, of course, technology doesn't solve everything. It may not be the solution for everything. I think we have to have this idea very present. I think museums are great telling stories. Sometimes technology helps telling those stories in other ways. Sometimes it doesn't. We don't need technology. I think we are living in a more hybrid space of using. So it's not, for me, it's not so relevant to think how digital is my museum. I think what is important is that my museum is doing a better work, either with the use of technology or not. I think, but of course, technology might actually help because people, the audiences, are clearly using it. So if you ignore that people are communicating in another way, how can you communicate with your audience? So this is a challenge, I think.
Yeah, that's really a challenge because if we were here, we could spread and expand and have this conversation then on our lunches and dinners and visits to museums, strolls around this great city. And you would see that I was waving that we have to, that I only have 1 minute for Elena that she will share her answer with us. So Elena, please, I can give you only 1 minute, and thank you for understanding.
No worries. I'm just going to echo what has been said already here, that the pandemic has accelerated what was happening, I think, already in museums, that digital transformation. when I started working in museums like 12, 13 years ago, digital was like just the website, and it was like social media and apps, interactives, you know, a digital audio guide. So I think it has been adapting to people's behaviors, and I've seen data from museum websites, and it shows how the increase during the pandemic of using museum resources. So let's see what's next, and whether that trend will continue, how we compete with other digital offerings in museums, and again, going back to always my point about users, how do we think first about users and then think then about how we offer them the best experience, whether it's digital or not?
Yeah.
My comment.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you all three for these great presentations and great talk. I'm really honored to navigate this panel. And if you were here now, you will experience that Slovenia really has a great gastronomy, and the title that we carry this year, European Region of Gastronomy, was not just like with no reason dedicated or entitled to our country, but we are now actually in Maribor, and Maribor is also on our next short film. And then we have again our chair, our Alexandra Berberich-Slana, to navigate us for the afternoon, or maybe for the morning, or maybe for the evening, and to have a great end of this conference, the next panel in the end. So now we are in Maribor, and you will be for a short time also. Thank you.
Hello, back again at the studio in Slovenia at the third part of the conferences organized by NEMO, Portugal Ministry of Culture, and of course Slovenian Museums Association. Thank you very much, Alenka, for how you navigated, as you said, this session about digital in museums. Thank you, Kaya, thank you, Anna, and thank you, Elena. This was very inspirational and very interesting. I'm sure we will discuss this topic in the future even more. I'm sorry that Emilia could not be with us today. Get well soon. Greetings from the studio. Now you have a little bit shorter break for lunch than we expected, so I hope you had your lunch ready before this. We are a little bit late, but never mind. During this pause, the lunch break, you are going to see that Slovenians really like cycling and hiking. As I said, we are going to cycle a little bit through our natural and cultural heritage. You are going to see different cultural heritage sites, and you are going to, of course, visit Maribor, Slovenia, and see how beautiful this country is. So see you at 1:30 as predicted, as said in the program, with Darko Babic and some great panelists, Kaja Širok, Vana Govic, Maria Acaso, and Adam Rosen from all over from the other side of the world in United States of America. See you at 1:30.
Hey everybody, this is Adam, the cycling ambassador of Slovenia. We're in the day 3 of our tour. We're now in Maribor, in front of the house of the oldest wine. Just finished the tour around Maribor city with the girl guide named Carmen, a cute girl, a biking girl with a nice bicycle. We're in the vineyard region, and just behind me you can see the heart-shaped road, and I was supposed to meet here the queen of wine of Maribor, but she refused to come and marry me, so maybe next time. This thing behind me, this mill, they use it for getting rid of the birds that are eating the grapes.
Hi, I'm Mariah and this is day 3 of our cycling trip. This morning we're in Krško and I think we're on our way to see a castle. So we had a few bike malfunctions and I walked the way up to Brestnice Castle. But it was so much fun. It's beautiful, it's a lovely day and the castle is really interesting. We visited castles.
Hi, I'm Rachel from the UK and it's day 4 of being a cycling ambassador for Slovenia. This morning we are at Predjama Castle, which is actually a castle set back into a cave, and it's in the world record books for being the biggest castle in a cave. We cycled all the way here and I'm really excited to go inside and see what it looks like. Sergeia was a really passionate tour guide of the castle and she explained a lot of interesting things for us, like what they used to do in the torture rooms and how life was like living in the castle. It's a lot of steps and it's really, really high. There is a beautiful view of the valley outside where the peasants used to live. The cave at the top of the castle is really spectacular and that's where they collected their water. The overall impression of the castle is really stunning and I really recommend you to visit there.
Hi guys, this is Danielle from the Netherlands. This is day 2 of our cycling adventure and I'm really excited because we're gonna visit the mines and we're not gonna do this by foot, but we're actually gonna go through the mines by mountain bike. So I can't wait. Are you coming?
It was good to be with a group of people. You don't want to be left behind because it's so big, it's incredible. You don't see anything. The only light you have is the helmet you're wearing. So it's exciting and that's part of the fun. What surprised me was that actually we got to speed up quite a lot and I like that. It makes some adrenaline. Yeah, it was cool. You guys, you should really put this on your bucket list because it's amazing. Who can say they've been mountain biking through a mine? Well, I can and I love it.
Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, dear colleagues, depending where you are around the world. Here in Maribor, it's 1:30, early afternoon, and we are starting with a final session of this conference about museum and social responsibility, and here about rethinking museums and about museums of the future. We have 4 panelists. Kai is coming from Slovenia, then we have panelists from Croatia, after that the panelists from Spain, and finally the guest panelists from Washington, D.C. This is not, I will not say this is a closing session in a sense of, offering some closing recommendation or this kind of the stuff, but it is in a sense, kind of sum up in a way, or better to say, entire conference is actually kind of the rethinking of and about museums today, and especially about projections about the museum in the future. So we are starting with a dear colleague, Kaja Širok. Kaja is a historian, museum manager, and researcher. She served as a director of the National Museum of the Contemporary History and worked as a research fellow at the Faculty of Arts at the Department of Sociology. She is currently the chairman of ICOM Slovenia and a member of ICOM Ethics Committee. In 2019, she was appointed as a member of the Academic Committee of the House of European History based in Brussels. Her current research addresses museums and memory studies, with special emphasis on the creation of national narratives in relation to identity formation, contested memories, and revisionism. She has published several articles and cooperated in various EU-funded projects on memory and museum studies. So, Kaja, please share with us your opinions, ideas, comments regarding rethinking museums and about museums today and in the future. Please. Maybe your mic is off because we don't have the sound.
Wait. No.
Now I have. Do speak something,
you have
please.
The sound?
Yeah. Now
okay,
it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay. The voice is here. Thank you, Darko, for this great presentation. And hopefully I will get through the presentation in the 30 minutes time. And if not, I'm also here for the debate. So today I wanted to talk about the ethical and responsible ways of how museums should be, are not discussing the power in the times of change. I prepared something which is not connected so much to sharing new ideas and have new visions of what we should do and how the way of museums to deal with the current crisis should be. But actually, I'm much more discussing the ways how we should work together and what happened in the last 2 years to our museum society. So where to start? Of course, we start with the topic of what I learned during the Corona times pandemic. Okay, this is a question that actually is very relevant and everyone asked it at least once in the period of the last 2 years. I know that many people did a lot of yoga, some baked. If you remember, the sourdough bread was so popular and everybody was posting the pictures of their own perfect bread, the books that we read and so much. The questions of the 2021 were very much connected to our health situation, the pandemic situation around the world, the protection of people, the isolation of people, going from the questions of how we can survive the pandemic to the question of the anti-vaccination. And, this is a topic which is very actual right now. And as far as I remember, yesterday we were listening in a part of a presentation that Uroš did about the concerns that people have. What I learned in the last 2 years, it can be a successful book, but my life was not so interesting to write a book about it, even not to make then movies about it. But I learned something, and that was that actually, while changing political situations, political changes provoked social changes. And when the social changes occurred, the role of the museums as actors of change became very relevant and important. What I wanted to show in my presentation is that how the topic of change and how change is important, especially connected to the cultural institutions, and within the cultural institutions, discussing the museum activities. We cannot be passive anymore. We cannot be self-oriented. We cannot be average in what we do. We need to react. The present is calling to be much more active, to be engaged, and to participate in what is going on around the world as a change within the museum field. We, the museums, we have a voice. And when I'm saying that we have a voice, it's not the voice of the museum. It's the voice that we give to the overlooked, to the forgotten, to those who the national narratives or political agendas did never include. Let me start with the situation which is probably very common to all of us. We know that we are not anymore the old-fashioned buildings, but sometimes people still think that actually museums should be very classical and that our work should be understood as very professional. And with professional, we think individual, in understanding collections as private fields of the historians or art historians or other people working in the museum. But we have new trends. We have new professions in the museum, what we heard in the last panel, and we have something which is really changing the world. We have the act of being participatory, to be relevant and to be different. I would say, from my point of view, coming to the museum field 15 years ago, that basically the most important changes happened in the last 10 years because of the economical crisis in 2010. In Europe, that was very much connected to the Eurozone crisis, which provoked in the cultural sector a huge gap in understanding the values of culture. Some countries, because of the political crisis, gave more money to the cultural institutions. They also did new cultural agendas in order to preserve the culture and especially the museums. In that way, they ensure survival and financial assistance. In other countries, and I must say that my country was in this sector, was impoverishing the cultural sector. The cuts seriously threaten the existence of the museums. So the museum staff, and especially the management of museums, started to work differently. We started to involve visitors. We started to communicate much more with the community. And as the ministerial funds were unstable and efficient, museums began to look for new ways for funds on their own, becoming much more relevant on a completely different basis, getting EU grants, starting to cooperate more internationally. And as in the last 3 years, things started to get a little better, and funds started coming, the year 2020 arrived. As Darko said, I'm a historian. I'm a devoted museological person. And the last part of the year 19 was, I think it was average as for the other people working in museum sector. Many of us were in Kyoto. Then I travel a lot because of the European projects that we get and several other projects and agendas. Actually, the life was, from the perspective of nowadays, very much easy. We were cooperating a lot. We were working a lot. And if I would choose a song to describe the 19, it was a very chaotic song because mostly I was on the airports on several different projects, working on several different issues. So that was the 2020. The 2020 is the year in the March, Slovenian museums and galleries closed. We closed down, and as far as I remember, and all my colleagues in Slovenia can confirm, there was no information for more than 2 weeks on nothing. We were left alone, and we started to work on our own to remain connected, to look for new opportunities for cooperation and joint activities in the public. Almost all of us, and saying really all of us, wanted to connect with the surroundings, trying to help the community establish new ways of dealing with culture in order to remain relevant and responsible, in a certain way open to the public. We also started to be narrators of the past and witnesses, and started us, the museums, to invite people to document their daily lives, activities, feelings, and so on. So we focused on production of artists in isolation. We invited people, families, children to send us their stories, their drawings, to be active and to be connected with us. Even if we physically closed our doors, on the other hand, we remained open. And I call it the virtual window. And most museums and galleries improved their websites. They devoted more space to school programs and virtually visits to the exhibition. To say that from whatever we were doing in the first 2 months of 2020, we almost all in March 2020 find new and innovative ways to reach the public, to remain relevant. Looking back at the past, I think that it's a very important thing to say that the international solidarity was very crucial in handling the situation, because we really quickly formed new ways of national and international networks of collaboration. And my Zooms were probably the same as your Zooms. We never heard about the Zooms before, and we also tried very much to stay connected and to work together. We fostered a greater solidarity and opened our institutions to the public. Even if it was only virtual, it was for many people real. And never before was culture, and I'm saying all the cultural sector, so virtually accessible and so physically fragile. We were drawn together by the wish to give back to the public and to show everyone that in unity we can truly be stronger. And we cannot forget, especially when we were dealing with questions, what is going on around the world, how our colleagues in other countries are dealing with the problems. We really have to say something about the extraordinary help coming from the associations as ICOM, as NEMO, where they were with their service, especially in the first wave, they were the only infos of what was going on around. And that shows the tremendous importance of international cooperation, taking care and educate at the same time, being relevant and connected. So the year 2020 was a challenging year for culture. We have been all together subject to the same global problems, and we were all together in finding new solutions and being collaborative. It was indeed a very difficult year, and these problems have been addressed very differently from different national decision makers in the field of cultural strategies. And I must say that not always in the interest of the sector itself. So when 10 years ago we were dealing, I'm discussing especially the European part, but all the world, with a very specific economical crisis, which was not inflicting the same measurements of austerity to all the cultural institutions. On the other hand, in the 2020, the situation was almost the same for everyone, but the solutions that were adopted were completely different. What are today our problems and our concerns? We know if they are political, they are economical, And with new trends and with new, much more open and flexible understanding of the world around us, there are also environmental. In the last 2 years, the health crisis, it's also a problem that we are facing. And together with the health crisis and all together with the problems that we are facing, we should also discuss the moral and ethical problem that we are facing right now. But what it's really important to say, it's the question, which is common to all the museums, about the maintenance of the collections. I rethinking really very much the last period. I think that it was our responsibility to react to the modern problems and find modern solutions, to keep museums in touch with their users and to receive and to have a more open position to the society, as well to perform our core task of heritage preservators. So we were adapting very quickly, sometimes without any money, just with the solutions within each museum. And we were adapting in order to give to the people much more. But then, of course, it was always a problem how to access what digital, things you were able in that moment to have at the museum, and how to make it better. We know that in some countries it was really very difficult. In other countries, this was really very easy. By difficult, I remember my colleagues from the African subcontinent saying that actually they run out of internet and they don't know the situation about their collections. I remember the Italian colleagues asking the government to give more policemen to the heritage archaeological parks because they were really afraid of people going to steal stuff. So basically the same problems were addressed in completely different way. But it was always also a question of flexibility and willingness, how to present and what to present. And it was also very important to keep an update web presence. A digital accessibility was of course crucial. In Corona times, the digital flexibility became the #1 problem in many museums in many countries. But in my own very small world, I think that when we are discussing the ethical and moral problems, we have also to face our fears. And our fears, I think they're always the same. It's about cutting budgets. It's about the political instability. Of course, it's about money and the hard and the software that we need to change every year. We are always expecting visitors, and we are very sad when we have the reduced visitor numbers. And of course, there is always the question of natural disasters. So our fears, no matter how big or small we are always the same. But addressing the fears, I think it's very important, especially because we have a conference here in Slovenia, is to address our biggest fear. And our biggest fear, and yesterday Rok and Uroš were already discussing it, was the fear to lose the independence of our institutions. I know that probably many of you are aware about the situation of the museums in Slovenia in the last year. Here you have two independent articles. One is from the New York Times, the other one is from Le Monde, but they are all addressing the main problem. And the main problem was the interfering of political elites into to the management of museums. And with changing the directors of the museums, of course, something else happened, and this is the narrative. Yesterday, Armando posed the question of who tells the stories. In our case, I would say who controls the narratives. And then there is the other question, why someone needs to control the narratives, and why these narratives are always about someone who is in and someone who is out, and why we are always then discussing the narratives of erasure and the narratives of putting someone on the pedestal of history as a certain hero. These are not topics which were addressed only in Slovenia in the last years. I think that these are topics which are common for almost all the museums around the world. Just to mention some, and you can see it here on the picture, the one that are always presented as a case studies. You have the Museum of the Second World War in Gdansk. You have the Museum of the Struggle and Survival in Skopje. You have the Terror Haza in Budapest, and you have the memorial of the concentration camp of Jasenovac in Croatia. So these are just some of the examples, but the examples can go from country to country, from museum to museum, how the narratives are changed because of the political oppression on the narrative, on the cultural sector, and what do we as a society lose or gain from these political games. I think it's really very important to discuss what was going on in the museum and what still is, because no country is safe of what was going on. And it's really very important to discuss it now, to discuss it in each country in order to find out what is happening. I'm always, when we were discussing the memory formation and the narratives of difficult heritage, trying to show how difficult this is all around the world, and how, as Timothy Snyder says, the institutions cannot protect themselves on their own. We have to protect them. And more than today, we have to take action, and we have to say it loudly and clear. Culture and cultural goods cannot be jeopardized and abused for political purposes. It's a question of attitude towards cultural production, knowledge, and heritage. And in my point of view, if we want to be relevant and if we want to be connected, we have to make heritage, and in its all very large word, and knowledge accessible to all users, and accessible in a manner that it's respectful towards all identities and heritage interpretations. Museums must work in the best interest of the community because they are here for the community. Just as the challenges of the world have changed, so have the challenges of the museums. And museums are calling for new models, for new missions, for new functions. They are calling for sustainability, and they are calling for flexibility when dealing with the challenges. More on the topic will be discussed next week on a joint session between ICMEMO ethics, ICOM ethics and ICMEMO. So if you want to know more about this topic, which is not the main topic of my presentation, you can join us next week. What we are discussing here, and what I want to share with you, and then also discuss it later, is what is ethical and what is responsible, and how these things are defining us. One of the things that actually is very much connected to the museum ethics is, of course, the code of ethics. The code of ethics, the ICOM code of ethics, is being revised in this year and will be presented next year. And of course, it's discussing and wants to discuss very accurately what needs to change, what needs to be adapted, which topics are not yet included, like digitalization, for example, which need or not to be revisited. We can all agree that the social role of the museums has changed, and the many topics, especially connected to ethics, need to be revisited, need to be, again, probably write down, and need to be part of the ICOM code, especially when discussing the suppressed, difficult topics in museum narratives. I think that it's something which has to do with relations, with learning, and understanding our time, and especially demands from us, and you will hear it probably many times, it demands that we should be present and we should be active. The other thing, which is very much of the concern right now in the field also of ethics, is of course the new museum definition. The debate about the new definition is going on almost for 7 years. Started in Milan, went to Kyoto, and now we are waiting next year to the Prague Congress in order to debate more about what is going on. The debate, we know, is dividing the community, and not all are happy with this change. But as I said many times, and it was said many times in the conference in these 2 days, change is the only constant, and we need to adapt. We need to look for new possibilities to grow, and the new definition probably is a part of it. If we want it or not, we are changing, and some things probably should be also included in what museums are. The other question is, of course, how much we are going to accept it, and what kind of a definition, of course, we are going to have next year. As much right now, we are in the third phase, so we are deciding of the core values and the core words, and all the committees are working together to find, in a participatory way, a new definition. But nonetheless, you know, we discussed the definition which was not accepted in Kyoto. And after the COVID crisis, after we were closed for so many times, I'm always, you know, asking myself, is this part of a democratic, inclusive, critical space for all stories, a place to understand history and to build a better future? Is it really a part of the past? Or is it something that is so much connected with our future, with how museums are changing and how our work in the last 2 years, of course, has changed? The change is here. The change is here in so many ways, because there are so many talks and there are so many new books written about the change. It started in a certain way. I'm speaking from myself, with the book of Nina Simone, The Participatory Museum, which was a complete revelation. And it went on with this crazy book of Mike Murawski, Museums as Agent of Change, a guide to becoming a change maker, where Mike is discussing the power of museums, not just for the heritage, for the collections, but for the human resources, for what we are as human beings, and how can be better while making the museum environment better. Of course, the main questions will always remain, but the change is here because many associations are working on the change and are basically discussing the change. Yesterday, we already had the question of the museums are not neutral. Are museums neutral or not? It's my opinion that they are not. They cannot be already for their collections and how the collections can be interpreted. They cannot be neutral. And the neutrality has also to do with us, museum workers, how to accept your minuses and your pluses, how to accept in your everyday working environment all the things that are happening around you, how you respond to racism, how you respond to anti-Semitism. These are things that are already saying something about you, about how you interpret your work, and how the work in the museum environment is then created. In analyzing what is ethical and what is responsible, I would say that the main things to be addressed are the sustainability and the development, being always independent, and of course, having this very important ethical attitude to the questions that are raised in the last years, like the colonization, the restitution, human rights, and also the ethical attitude, not on the questions that we are raising up, but also an ethical attitude to the relations that we are forming and creating within our museum environment, with our visitors, with our users of the web pages. So what we want to do and what is important is to build this safe nest of tolerance and understanding for all the users. And by users, I mean the visitors and the people who are reaching to us by digitally and virtually. And of course, the narratives. Are the narratives including people? Are they excluding? Are they one-minded? Are they multi-layered? I would say that there is also a lot to be said again to the power of the digital dimension, which is for many museums still a whiteboard that needs to be addressed. And a question that we are sometimes overpassing or not looking at is the gender equity and the same salary. It's here that the ethical and responsible attitude of the museum starts. And the other questions that actually we are all asking ourselves is always how to attract more visitors, how to be better storytellers, more inclusive, how and which tools to use to be in future much more relevant in order to have a more effective museum management. And here there are also the questions which have to do with our buildings, with the places where we work, like can our buildings become eco-friendly, environmentally friendly? Can they be sustainable? Can they make a difference? Not just what we do, but also where we work. I would say that museums need to be responsible, need to be relevant, and need to be ethical. And us, because it's not just a train which goes one way, it's a two-way road. And we have to sometimes stop and ask ourselves on which part are we. Museums have their own priorities, but we are a part of the museums. As Murawski said, we are museum. We need to be all the time curious. We need to be active. We also need to be kind. And a very important thing, we should always be very passionate about the work that we are doing. And where to start? I would say that we need to rediscuss the topic of power. And it's not the power of the state power. It's the power within us, and it's the power within the institutions where we are working. It's very much discussing what is the power of the institution that we are working in or leading or we are connected with? And what values do we share? What are our values? Our individual values? And what are the values of our community? And how can we, within the community, find the values that are attracting the values of our museum? And in this way, we should always be responsible and act very responsibly. And power needs action, and values need commitment, and responsibility needs trust. And it's always then finished with passion. Trust together with action and commitment. It's always, it's passion for the job that we do and how we address our stories. And at the end, because I know that I need to finish, I am rereading the Museum as Agents of Social Change. I came across it, I think 2 weeks ago, but I'm already a fan. I must say that being a change maker, it's really very difficult. It's not that we really are aspiring to be change makers. I think the change making is within us and within what we do, how we understand our job and the role and all the possibilities, tremendous impossibilities that working within the museum environment has. But something what Mike is always saying as a base of the book, and it's really very important, it's love. It's love as a driving force of change. And I hope that with this notion of love, discussing the ethical part of our work, we all together, especially in these difficult times, can build a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaya. I will remind the people who are following us on a YouTube channel that in a chat they could ask different kind of questions. connected with the presentation. This one and the three of more which will follow. And Kaya, as you know, but again, for your information and information to inform the rest of the audience, we will have that Q&A session with all the four panelists at the end of the session. So thanks again. And we are moving on to our next speaker. I hope I will have Vana on screen. Do we have Vana? Hi. So I will do introductions. So Vana Govic has been a senior curator at Maritime and History Museum of Croatian Littoral in Rijeka, in city of Rijeka, since 2015, managing one of the museum subsidiaries, LIPA, Remembers Memorial Center. Vana focuses on dealing with difficult heritage, combining culture of remembers, contemporary art, and community engagement. She favors crossover museum programs and activities as a way of questioning museum potential for impacting social change. Since 2018, Vana has been facilitating the process of forming the Civic Museum Council, the very first participatory governance model successfully implemented in one of Croatian museums. So do we have contact with Vana?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good. We have the sound. We have everything what we need. I'm sure you will explain a little bit more about your work, the boat I mentioned. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Darko, for this lovely introduction. I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me a chance to represent what our museum has been doing for the past 4 years. And I would like to thank Alexandra the most for being such a cooperative colleague. So, Maritime and History Museum of Croatian Littoral Rijeka, in cooperation with 5 associations of civil society, founded the Civic Museum Council in 2019 and thus became first in Croatia to implement model of participatory museum governance. By establishing the council, museum intended to replace individual and occasional examples of museum participatory practice with a systematic, sustainable approach and permanent one that will enable everybody in the community to have a voice in culture. Today, I will try to sum up the 4 years of experience that museum and our partner associations gained during the joint training for participatory governance, during programming the work of the Civic Museum Council and its implementation. Also, I would like to present several museum programs and activities that were created in joint cooperations, joint work of our council, and I will briefly also address some potentials and challenges of museums' cooperation with the community. So everything started with the realization that people are not that much satisfied with what we do for them regarding culture. According to the survey made by the development strategy of our Primorje Gorski Kotar County in 2015, over 40% of our citizens was not content with programs in culture. So we started to analyze the way we do programs in culture, and we noticed the following paradox. Museum programs, so exhibitions, publications, educational activities, and so on, intended for citizens, are selected, prepared, and presented in accordance with the professional interests of museum staff, or in accordance with professionally assigned importance of some heritage topic. Thus, programs intended for citizens are prepared in accordance with interests that are not interests of citizens. At best, they are prepared in accordance with the interests that citizens are supposed to be having. Should we then be surprised? Just a second, I will turn that up. Should we then be surprised that they are often not able to relate to content we serve them? How much sense does it make to collect and preserve heritage if we are unable to make it relevant to the living community and in the individual? I'm aware that this is a bit of radical and heretical thought, but I think we should put it on. Those were the questions, and the answers came by studying prevalent cultural policies that say that culture needs to be democratized. It should be shaped in the line with the cultural need of the population in every day, rather than in the line with the external aesthetic standards. In this sense, museological practice needs a paradigm shift. Focus must be relocated from the museum objects to the interests and needs of the individual and communities with whom the museum objects is brought into a meaningful relationship. So culture is not something that exists in itself. It is not a self-contained value waiting to be discovered by an expert and then mediated to the public. Culture is something that arises in the process of human interaction with heritage, with surrounding space, and with other people. Museums are here to create a framework, only a framework, for this complex interaction. All this does not mean that we should cease to care for our museum objects in the way that we have done so far. It rather suggests that we should care for them by always having people who can relate to it in mind, understanding that caring for heritage is an indirect way of caring for our community. So, over the past 2 decades, European cultural policies have recognized and emphasized participatory governance in culture as a desirable practice. The idea of participatory governance is based on the belief that culture and heritage represent a common good. So their management should also be common, shared with the community and citizens, and not the exclusive right of institutions and cultural professionals. By participation of citizens, double benefit is achieved. The development of culture becomes sustainable, and the quality of life of the individual is improved. It is also recognized that the civil society, organizations of civil society, are the key tool for people's engagement, for people's participation. So the European Union and its member states have encouraged and are still encouraging implementation of participatory governance in culture through the funding of specific programs. In 2017, the Ministry of Culture of our Republic of Croatia issued a call named Culture in the Center, support for the development of public-civil partnership in culture. It was funded by the European Social Fund Operational Program Efficient Human Resources 2014-2020. And as part of the mentioned call, our museum applied for and was chosen to implement a project named Museum of the Future, Civic Museum Council, as a model of participatory governance, which lasted, the EU project lasted for the following 2 years, 2019 and 2020. But before applying to this EU project, we needed to resolve a few dilemmas. First, it all sounds very nice when you read those cultural policies, but we thought, how will we reach the needs and interests of the community? Also, what if they don't want to get involved, if they don't want to get engaged? What then? So it was important for us to question their interest in participating in culture, and we did so by conducting a survey with 47 respondents, all civil society organizations from the area of our Primorje-Gorski Kotar County. And survey showed that 80% of organizations believed that their interest in museum would grow through process of participation. 53% organizations were interested in getting involved in the decision-making process and creating programs in the museum. And 99% of organizations were interested in capacity building trainings for participation in future. So now that we had identified their interest in participating, we had to figure out how to involve them in the work of the museum in a way that will be permanent and systematic. We started from the existing structure of the museum, whose work is managed by 3 instances. First being governing council, which take care of financial and general business of museum and is presented by the museum founders. Then there is a council of museum professional, museum staff that take care of all the zoological professional affairs. And there is a museum director who is balancing somewhere in between. So we considered it important to incorporate another 3rd instance into the structure, which would manage the work of the museum from the perspective of our users, the citizens, represented through civil society organizations, and we call it Civic Museum Council. We started with the implementation of the EU project Museum of the Future by establishing such a council, Civic Museum Council, but at that point it was still as an informal body, informal and entity. Nevertheless, it marked the beginning of the first participatory governance implementation in Croatian Museum. Who were the members of our council? Council was comprised of 5 civil organizations, the civil society organizations that museum was partnering with on aforementioned EU project. For that purpose, museum addressed associations that through a survey conducted before the project application showed interest in cooperation, and we also addressed associations with which we had some previous contact, previous collaborations. So the first organizations, members of our society were council was Center for Gifted Children from Rijeka, Association of the Blind of Primorje-Gorski Kotar County, Rijeka Pensioners Association, Žmergo Association, it is association dealing with environment protection and youth education, and Kombinat Creative Collective, gathering people from all the creative industry of our county as well. And also there were 2 representatives of our museum. So efforts were made to bring together associations from different fields and different categories of users. Ecology, creative industry, gifted children, blind and partially sighted people, pensioners. The diversity of partner organization was supposed to reflect the reality of our community that is multivocal, that is multiple, and that is diverse in its needs and its interests of its individuals. So Council was, from the beginning, working simultaneously on 3 different levels. First level was education. Members were acquiring knowledge for participatory governance. Then there was second level of council programming. They were at the same time developing their own model of participatory governance. And on the third level, they were doing the implementation. They were testing their model, what they have set up, by joint organization of museum programs. First, the education was dedicated to all the members, of course, of the council, but also to all employees of cultural institutions and civil society organizations. So during the 2 years of project implementation, we had around 11 workshops and over 250 attendees. Workshops were regarding strategic planning of the council, financing of the council, communication skills, digital engagement. We were studying examples of good practice, learning custom approach to different social groups, and so on. All that was done with the awareness that participatory governance is possible only if all participants in the process acquire the necessary competencies and are empowered to participate. Capacity building for participation is not exhausted with academic, professional knowledge. Capacity for participation primarily means developing the ability to collectively address challenges. How, when there is 10 of us, very different in our interests and in our needs, how will we come to an arrangement? That is a challenge that participatory governance needs to deal with. So here are some photos from our education, from our workshops. While educating, members of council were very busy also developing their own model of participatory governance. We were doing so guided by the thought of a curator, Nora Sternfeld, who said that the rights of the individual to participate in culture are not only exhausted in decision-making, but also in creating a framework within which decisions are made. Only in this way can participation be understood as a way of achieving social change. So the formal framework of the council was created by the members of the council, for the members of the council, and also for all future members of the council or future council convocations. As the mission in the strategy document, they stated that council contributes to the democratization and opening of the museum to the community and encourages citizens through civil society organization to get involved in proposing, designing, and implementing cultural programs of the museum in accordance with the interests and needs of the local community. So members of council had 18 very long sessions during which they agreed on the formal framework of the council. They have defined and regulated their work of the council through following documents. So they agreed upon strategic guidelines for the Civic Museum Council for the next 3 years, communication strategy for the next 3 years, rules of procedure of the Civic Council, rules on criteria for member selection of the Civic Museum Council, and finally, resolution establishing civil museum collection. Only after the council members agreed on the aforementioned documents regulating the work of the council, condition for its formal establishment was obtained. So on August 31st, 2020, our museum director, Nikolina Radic-Divic, passed a resolution to establish the council as a participatory museum entity body. She did so by referring to the statute of the museum that allows directors to establish commissions or other permanent bodies for the purpose of performing professional or other tasks. Final thing to do for the first council members, first council convocation, at the end of the project implementation was passing on the torch. So museum opened the call for the application of organizations of civil society as new council members. Among received application, first convocation had to select their successors, members for the second convocation. That was done in November 2020, and the following associations were selected. Association of the Deaf and Hearing Impaired People of Primorje Gorski Kotar County, Cultural Association Stol from Kraljevica, Association for Helping Addicts, Vida from Rijeka, Homeland War Special Police Association Aikola, and Kombinat Creative Collective as a re-elected member. There is also an option to be re-elected after one convocation. And now we come to the third level, and that is implementation. So parallel to programming the new model of participation, members of council were testing it as well by joint organization of different museum programs and activities. We will now name only a few of them. So there was an exhibition, Invisible Borders. There was the foundation of the civil museum collection, and TV show we made for the Museum Night National Manifestation. Exhibition Invisible Borders was held at the first university of the council formation in the January in 2020. It was curated by the council members themselves. They decided through exhibition to speak about challenges they encounter in their daily work. They also talked about their association members, blind people, elderly people, gifted children, not being socially recognized in their needs and potential, and thus forming an invisible, discriminated part of our community. So these are a few photographs from the opening and from the exhibition itself. Civil museum collection. So a council also formed a civil collection as first museum collection in Croatia whose objects, tangible and intangible, are being proposed, voted, and selected exclusively by citizens. Citizens are invited to submit proposals that best characterize the time and space in which we live, that embody a specific testimony, experience, or memory of our everyday life, and can be useful to future generations in understanding our life today. It's classic contemporary collecting. But we yet asked through the council citizens to suggest, to submit proposals for the collection. Selection process is taking place on the online platform of the Civic Museum Council that was specially designed for this selection. And the call is repeated each year. It opens each year a call for acquisition of 5 new objects, and each new year the citizens are proposing, voting, and selecting the 5 new museum objects of this new collection. I will now show you some items that were selected last year on the first call we opened to the public. There is a lot of intangible heritage that was voted for and selected at the end. For example, our local TV submitted a proposal that sounds hate speech in public space. So it is a phenomenon that our community recognized as emblematic for our everyday lives, and it is something that they treat as a kind of who we are now, and that needs to be recognized. The second submission was a cake recipe for the Rigoyanci cake that was traditionally sold in all Rijeka pastries, but 10 to 20 years ago it stopped. There's no pastry where you can buy the traditional Rijeka cake. So one person suggested that the recipe for this cake should be preserved. Then there is an elastic band that is used heavily for children play during the second half of the 20th century in different all sorts of games. And finally, there is a coffee grinder that is made out of granite after the World War II ended in this area. Also, the second call for collecting items to our civic collection is actually opened now. So I would like to exit the presentation and give you just a second for you to have a look. So this is the site where citizens can submit their proposals. This year's call was themed with COVID, with pandemic, with new normality, and we asked people to apply with their experiences of living in these constrictions, in fear of COVID, pandemic, everything that is related to these specific times. They are invited to share with us. So there are few very interesting proposals already came. For example, clinic hospital of Rijeka submitted a proposal for the empty bottles of vaccination to become a part of our new civil collection. Also, there is the award that was awarded to a center, Rijeka Center for Volunteers, and those people invested 5,000 of their hours just to help our institutions in culture to make programs in culture during those COVID times when we should be keeping the COVID measures, taking temperatures, writing the information about the visitors. We needed a lot of people so that we can handle those measures, and volunteers helped a lot. So they suggested that this award also becomes a part of our new collection. Then there is a Zoom application. We are talking through Zoom application right now. It is something that has changed our lives 2-3 years ago. We weren't using it before. It all happened now. So it is something that is different, and it needs to be regarded as different and preserved. So people are here voting. They click on Sviđa mi se, I like it, and the suggestion that has most I like clicks is voted for the collection. The first 5 are voted for the collection, and the procedure is very short. You just click on submit, and then you name of your suggestion, a little of a description, name of a person who is proposing, email, video, audio, picture, and guarantee that he has the copyright of the things he's suggesting, and that's it, and you send. So, okay, I'll go back to my presentation, and I will finish in a minute. This is also the exhibition we held to present to public those first acquisitions of our civil museum collection, and at the end I would also mention that there were such much more programs we did with the council together, but I don't have enough time to represent them all. This one was very interesting. It was a TV show broadcasted on the local television Kanal R for museum night manifestation. So we made 60 minutes long TV show co-produced with the local TV, and in the show we were featuring members of our council interpreting museum permanent exhibitions. So, for example, we have had Nedeljko Jakovac Phantom. He is a member of our Homeland War Special Police Unit, IPULA. He was speaking in the permanent exhibition dedicated to Homeland War, and he was speaking about his own experiences, memories from being in that war. So all the objects around him, museum objects, were used only as conversation starters for him to testify in some way. So this is the moment where the community differs from us museum professionals. This is something that I cannot do. I can know everything about Homeland War, photography, theory, academically, but I don't have experience of participating in it. And that is the way how we can cooperate with the community. Community has those knowledge. They have the experience of using the heritage. They have the memory of it. So I don't see that we are a threat to each other, but a very natural, we are very natural collaborators, natural colleagues. Another example is Gordana Cherny. He's a pensioner from the shipyard of Kraljevica. That is the oldest shipyard on our Adriatic coast. And we in our museum have one dislocated exhibition of that maritime history of the shipyard. And for the show, Marica was talking about Gordana was talking about her experience of working in that shipyard. Her memories of people working there, some anecdotes, her impressions of those big ships the day they were built. I'm saying once again, that's the knowledge that we curators don't have. We are learning from them in that way, from the community. So to conclude, by electing second convocation, Civic Museum Council continues to democratize our museum through regular sessions, through planning and implementation of museum programs, and through collecting items for the civil museum collection. Council continues to be a platform that allows citizens to build museum according to their needs. The experience of our museum indicates that successful cooperation with the community begins with rising awareness of the change in museum practice that no longer starts from museum objects, but from the interests, needs, experiences of the community in relation to which museum objects are interpreted and valued. In this regard, it is necessary for museum staff to sometimes replace their professional authority with the collaboration, facilitation of participatory programs, to put their professional experience in the service of meeting the needs and interests of citizens. By fearing of what can be lost with such approach to heritage, curators fail to reflect on what can be gained, the relevance of culture and heritage for the life of the community and the individual. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope I wasn't that long.
Thank you, Vana. No, it was, and I'm really thankful about that to you and to Kaya before. You are very precise, both of you, regarding the time. And as I said after the Kaya, I will say the same here. After first presentation and this presentation, all you who are following us, you can ask your question about Kaya presentation, about Vana presentation in a chat box. We will be glad to ask panelists at the end of the session. It seems to me, if I could offer one comment here, that as a part of what Kaya discussed and some session before, you, Vana, offered one model which could be used. So I'm not saying, you know, everybody's supposed to use your model, but seems like your model could be something which could be used as a kind of response for all the challenges and the new way of thinking about the museum governance. Our third lecture is Maria Acaso, or Asaso. She will say precisely. So Maria is a cultural producer whose projects center on defining the division between art and education, the academic and the popular, the theoretical and the practical, on developing a contemporary education and transforming the formats of knowledge transmission. Maria is a founding member of the Invisible Pedagogies Collective, and she is the head of education at Museo Reina Sofia in Madrid, Spain. Maria, do we have your voice? Hi, hi, hi.
Yes.
I've done a short introduction. You can say a little bit more about you if you like, and the floor is yours for next 30 minutes. Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thanks for the organization in order to invite me to this conference. And I will go further in my presentation, and there I will make a bigger presentation of myself. Sorry, because I have to warm my English a little bit, but it will come through the presentation, I think. And here is, I hope everybody is looking at my first slide, where I have copied the name of this presentation, The Museum of Bonds, How to Build a Relationally Anarchic Institution. I think it's a very challenging title, and I really want to do it in this way, because I think we have a lot of challenges in order to make different institutions nowadays. And of course, my colleagues before me have been talking about a lot of things that I'm going to address also in these 20 minutes I have. And I also want to talk a little bit about the images of my PowerPoint, because I really love this Jean-Luc Godard image of Banda Apart, where we have this group of 3 people just running in the halls of the Louvre in the opposite direction, and how we read, from right to left, in order to, achieve this sensation of disruption, what I really think is the main objective of a lot of us nowadays. And that's the reason I have chosen this image, in order to resume just in the first image we are going to share in this presentation, my feelings about what I think is important to do today in museums. After this presentation, I want also to say that most of the images that I have chosen for the presentation are from this photographer called Begoña Solís. I want to visibilize her name, because I really think that her documentation in one of the last workshops we have already done in the museum is an art piece itself. I am really thinking that cultural production is not only a tool for artists, it's a tool also for people who are in documentary, people which is in education, people who are in administration. So I want to visibilize her name, because these images are really, really important for us. And it's important so that you will know her name. So after that, I will start with my conference, and my conference is divided in five steps, and I want to communicate with you in a narrative way. So I will start to go further my presentation with 5 sentences that will connect these 5 parts with the sense that I am just telling a story instead of giving a conference. So because I'm telling this story, I will start with once upon a time. And once upon a time, I was working in the university as a university teacher since these years that you have here, since 1094 till 2018, so very long time. I've been working there as a university teacher in the field of art education, and a lot of my education and research line are connected with museums, but I was not working in a museum, I was working in a university. But then suddenly in 2018, I get a message, an email from this huge institution I'm working now in, the Reina Sofia Museum. I think one of the biggest and powerful museums around the world, especially if we are talking about Spanish language. It's not also its influence very high in Spain, but also in Latin America. And they proposed me to be the head of education of this institution. For me, it was a total shock because I was not wondering about leaving the university in all my life. But then I accepted the proposal, and I went to the museum and I started to work there. Before anything, I want to give a little bit of the numbers of the museum I'm working in. It's a very big museum, and because of that, the education department is also very big. We are around 50 people. We have 20 mediators, 20 volunteers, 4 coordinators, 1 administration people, and 1 communication people. And I want to say that because in a lot of the cases, when I'm telling the people that I'm working in education department, people ask me, oh, that's possible? There are education departments in museums? And they exactly start to asking me what I'm doing, what is the possibility of education in a museum, and all these kind of things. Of course, all the people that we are here, we know that an education department is very important in a museum, but I think this is not nowadays in the imagination or in the images that the people have about the museum. Of course, everybody knows what is a collection and a temporary exhibition, but a lot of the people are still in doubt about what an education department is. So once upon a time, there was a castle, and this castle is this huge museum that it used to be an hospital. Here is a very beautiful image of Begoña, and you can see the garden of the museum inside of it and all these buildings. And of course, this museum is divided in what I called the tricephalous monster. We are like a monster with 3 heads, and the first head, of course, is collection. The second head is temporary exhibitions, and the third head is public programs, where education is connected with. Education is not longer a free department, we can say that, but we are connected with public programs, even though we are bigger than public programs. And that's something that I want to achieve in that point, because I will, go farther this, when the conference get, later. When I arrive into the museum, into the department, if I have to choose a feeling of all these incredible feelings that I have at the beginning, 3 years ago, the first one, the most powerful one, is what I call the hamster wheel. I would really think that we were working, but we were working without thinking and without reflecting and about making any analysis of what we were doing. The programs were completely going on. We have like thousands of kids, thousands of people coming into our programs, but these programs were already made 10 years ago, and they have been not changed at all. And the whole thing and the whole movement was like this hamster in the wheel, like telling ourselves to be, in this movement, but without asking ourselves not only how or why, but also not asking what for. What I think is the real question in any cultural institutions. What for we are making these programs? What is a very important question that connects us with the politic main of our work. So, you know, once upon a time there was a castle, but this castle, what I realized when I was working inside the institution was that it was not for everyone. Of course, you know, the whole institution was talking that we are an open institution, we want to work with all publics, but the real thing that I discovered is that this was not true. And this was not true because I discovered one term that is the important term that I want to share with you. And this term, I found it because Paul B. Preciado, which probably you know about him, is a Spanish philosopher. He has been working in a lot of cultural institutions because he considers himself as a curator. He has been working in the MACBA for several years, and last 3 years he has been in the Pompidou as a philosopher in residence. And Paul has been invited by Belén Solá, which is the head of education of one museum in León, in Spain, called the MUSAC, to introduce this book, Exponer o Exponerse, you know, to make an exhibition or expose yourself. And Belén asked Paul to make an article about the relationship between public programs and institutions. So in this book and in this article, Paul has coined this so important term for us, which is including exclusion. Because this is a very concrete term, I have just copied the whole paragraph of the book, and I want to show and to share with you this sentence. In this article, he writes, "The museum is part of a network of disciplinary institutions that were created in early modernism. This process began with the expansion of colonial Europe in the 15th century and crystallized around the 19th century with the construction of what Michel Foucault named as the total institutions archipelago. In these total institutions, we have schools, we have jails, we have hospitals, and of course, we have museums. The museum is a dispositive for otherness that builds identity and difference." I really think that in this sentence, we have to take care about this dispositive of otherness, which in the museum is connected with ignorance and knowledge, which the people who is inside the museum has the knowledge about art, and the people who has not this knowledge, who has the ignorance about art, is outside the museum. Foucault considers these institutions as total or totalizing because he says they work through the logic of including exclusion. That doesn't mean that the other is excluded, but the other is included as the other. For me, it was a completely shock to write these sentences. That's the reason I bring them to you, because I think that in public programs and education department, we are really working through this concept of including exclusion. We are working with this kind of publics that the institution wants, but not wants at the same time. So we invite children, we invite adolescents, we invite elderly people, access and community people, migrants, etc. But at the same time, when they are inside the institutions, we want them to get out as quickly as possible. Because children make noise, adolescents are also, very conflictive, elderly are very slow, people from access and communities are in wheelchairs, migrants have their own problems. So the real thing is that institutions open the door to that collectives. Of course, all museums are not now working about accessibility, but the real thing is that, as Foucault says, we invite the others. Of course, they are not excluded, but the other is included as the other. So as we will know now, and we will go further, I think our principal problem is how we can invite people, but not as the other. How can we invite these publics but not label them as the others? So for us and for me right now, my main goal in the museum is to take care of otherness, to take care about how we can break down this otherness in order to make these real social institutions. Because if we label ourselves as socials, but we are still working in this kind of otherness, then we will not be social, never. I also go further this concept, and this logic for me is not only related to the audience, as Paul Preciado says, but also it's connected with the institution itself. How can this be connected with the institution? Paul also writes, what's the complex relationship of hierarchy or even political rivalry between the exhibition space and what's commonly known as activities or public programs, or what Discussing with Venezuela name as mediation? I refer to this conjunction of programs that have been situated in a subordinate or marginal position within the museum institution, that appear as a footnote of the exhibition or collection, or as an additional element to supposedly attract new audiences, to establish a better relationship with the social context in which the institution inscribes itself. So this paragraph tells us that not only the including exclusion is connected with audience, but also inside the institution. So what happened is that collection and temporary exhibitions are with a lot of power, and there are departments that they are in the high of the hierarchy, because public programs and educations we are seeing as the other for collection and temporary exhibitions. So what happened is that in this three-cephalus monster, this cephalus monster is based on the idea of the otherness of public programs and education. And this is something that makes me really a lot of meaning, because I have been all the time in the museum with this sense of subordination within collection and temporary exhibitions, that I have been to be working as a service for collection and temporary exhibitions instead of look at myself as a department of cultural production. So what can be the key program or the key thing for us in order to work in these years that came, after the pandemic? I really think that we have to work on doing otherness. Once upon a time, there was a castle, not for everyone, sure. All this connection with undoing otherness is also connected with the affective turn that is already in our institutions. In the last 2 or 3 years, there has been a lot of articles and conferences connecting care with museums and how museums has to care about the publics and about themselves. But I really think that this careness is not really in the heart of our institutions. Why? Because this connection with the powerful collection and temporary exhibition is something that I am connected. I can connect with one old paradigm of affection that I will say that it can be monogamy. And then what we need to do is a new paradigm of affections in institutions, that it can be connected with and this new way of making affections in a democratic way that is called relationship anarchy or polyamorous. I don't know if you know these terms, but it's like the new idea in opposite of monogamy. So this old paradigm of affection is connected with these two big parts of the institutions. But then if we really work in a new paradigm of affections and we work with relationship anarchy, then we have not this hierarchy and these two powerful parts of the museum and then the rest of them. We have all the parts of the museum as important as each other's. So we have public programs and the library and the cleaners and the restaurant and the collection and communication and publication, and everything is working at the same level. It doesn't mean that everything is equal because everything is different, but the distribution of power is much more democratic in this way that if we are working with these old paradigms of monogamy that only gives the power to two parts of the institution, collection and temporary exhibitions. So when I realize all these things, which are really like in a very deep part of the institution and it's difficult to see at them, I decided to make a completely different program, and I called it the Museum of Bonds. I want to make a museum or to collaborate with a museum that brings publics to the institution in order to build long-term bonds, and not only, you know, this kind of museums that we have nowadays where people go there, make a picture, stay 1 hour and they go to their houses. I think this is not the type of institutions we need nowadays. In this Museum of Bond, there are three key ways of working. The first of all is what I call the new promiscuity, which has to be with a relationship very different between other departments of the museum. How to build long-term bonds, as I have already just tell you. And then an attempt to the suppress of hierarchies and not this, focus all the time in the collection and temporary exhibitions as the main point of the museum. We have already done that with different programs. For example, the new promiscuity is related in a program called Almost Book that we have already done with the library. It's a mediation program, not with collection, not with temporary exhibition, but with the library, understanding the books as part of the collection of the museum, not only the art pieces, but also the books. The long-term bonds, we have built them about what we call the teams, which are a small group of people that came into the museum and stay with us the 9 months, coming into the museum 1 day per week. And at the end, with this attempt to suppress of hierarchies, we have built in the education department art pieces, but these art pieces are not, the traditional one, are more like a kind of performances and workshops, but we of course understand them as an intellectual and as a powerful, as at the art pieces that they are in the halls. So just for ending, I just want to make a resume of the key concepts that I have shared with you in this talk. First of all, the idea of including exclusion, and I think we have to be very aware of that we are still invited publics to the museum, but some of them, they want, the one which are not the elite, we want them to get out, very quickly. How we are building this otherness to the publics, but also inside the institution, and how the key thing for me in order to build new institutions is to undoing otherness and to be take a lot of care about that. We can do that about this new affective turn, but in this new affective turn that I'm sharing with you, new promiscuity, long-term bonds, and this attempt to suppress hierarchies are a key process that we have to develop in our museums. And that's all the concepts I want to share with you. Thank you very much. And we can share all these concepts a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Very interesting, I must say. And what is, I think, important is that you are coming, as you say, you are coming from a big museums. So usually we have the innovative approach and some, different trying coming from smaller museum. I'm speaking in general. But when we have that kind of influence or the new program from really big museum, then it's much more easy to go to spread the word about that around the world. I'm sure you will have some question later on, Maria. So thanks again. And we are coming to, as a part of this session, to our last speaker. Our last speaker is Adam Reed-Rozan. Adam Reed-Rozan is Director of the Programs and Audience Development at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History. He is widely recognized as an audience engagement innovator, a champion of change, and an advocate for visitors. He is founding member of International Audience Engagement Network, based in Melbourne, as well as an International Advisory Board member to the Co-Museum in Athens, Greece. Previously, he was Director of Audience Engagement at the Worcester Art Museum in Massachusetts, Oakland Museum of California, Harvard Art Museum, Boston Children's Museum, and Boston Museum of Science. Adam, are you with us? Do we have your voice?
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. So please, Adam, the floor for the next 30 minutes is yours.
That's great. That's great. It's an honor to be with you all here today, and thank you for having me. And I also am greatly appreciative to the Slovenian Museum Association for giving me the chance to explore a topic and run with it. That's it's a nice thing as a presenter to have the chance to do. And I think this is actually a perfect segue to the great presentation that Maria just gave, which was truly inspiring. I took a lot of notes and I'll be following up with her. So I'm calling this the Well Museum. We're going to look at wellness as a museum model. And I think this is going to be a nice journey for you all to take. I think that all great stories have a start, a middle, and an end. And so we're going to start here. Interesting. Bear with me.
We can hear you.
I know. So we're going to start here with this most unusual of photographs. This is from shared by my good friends at Museum Next in Amsterdam. It's a tourist museum there. And I promise you, if you stick with me, we're going to end up in a very different spot from where we are here. We're going to be in the same city, but we're going to end up in a very different place. So I hope that you'll stick around and join me on this journey as we go from this image to a very different situation. This is going to be kind of an unusual journey. And I want to start in the most unusual setting for a museum conference, which is on the gross domestic product, and probably not something that you're going to actually think a lot about in a museum setting, but I think it's an interesting spot. This is Simon Kuznets, and in 1937, he comes up with this idea of what is now known as the gross domestic product. He, at the time, was an economist at the National Bureau of Economic Research, working for the US Congress, and it's post the Great Depression, and he's trying to find a way, in a very simple way, to understand what is the shape of an economy, right, based on the production of individuals, companies, and government. So the idea here is if you had a measurement, one number, you would be able to tell, if you compare that number year after year, whether the economy was growing or whether the economy was shrinking. You could also use this number as a way to understand your economy to that of another nation, right? And this was a really important thing following the Great Depression, and that's in fact what he did. So that's what it is. The GDP is a tool to measure the economy of a nation or the health of a nation, right? Another way to say this, it's the wealth of a nation. And so with just a glance, as I was saying, you can understand the size of an economy. and you can compare it to previous years. You're able to tell how the country is doing year after year. It's a useful tool. So the GDP is a tool that is used by investors or business leaders, policymakers to understand their economy, their nation, and that of other countries, right? But it's also a tool that can be useful for individual industries, right? So if an industry wants to share how it is contributing to the GDP of its nation, they're able to do so. And in case you're wondering, yes, in fact, museums can do this as well. In fact, in 2016, the American Alliance of Museums published a report called the Economic Impact Study, and they were able to figure out that in 2016, museums in the United States of America produced $50 billion for the GDP. In that year, the GDP for the US was $17.8 trillion. So if you can do the math, it's 50 billion out of 17.8 trillion. It seems like a decent amount. The president and CEO of the American Alliance of Museums, Lori Lott, said in the introduction to this report, she said, "The numbers tell an indisputable story about museums as true economic engines for their communities, supporting jobs and wages that are vital to the health of their hometowns." And what I think is great about this quote, just to use this as a way to frame why the GDP is helpful here, Lori Lott, as an industry representative, she's able to actually kind of paint a picture here that says this money, this $50 billion, well, it's equal to jobs, right? Those jobs are equal to wages. And this money that she's talking about therefore is being kind of put into the communities across the US, right? And this is equivalent to the health, the economic health of those communities. So here you have a way to understand why the GDP is a helpful, useful tool both for industry leaders such as Lori Lott or governments or policymakers or businesses. Now, I should say that as soon as the GDP is introduced, you also have a lot of naysayers. One very famous example is Robert F. Kennedy. And in a speech in 1968, he starts to outline many of the limitations of the GDP. He talks about, in this really beautiful speech, about that it can't measure our health, the joy of our children. It doesn't talk about our poetry, our play. It doesn't talk about our culture, our society, right? And he concludes, as you can see here, he says that it measures everything in short except that which makes life worthwhile. And in fact, even today, the GDP is still debated. It does a very good job at measuring the size of an economy, but it doesn't reflect the welfare of the economy. And so this is still very much an issue, and it's still very much a tool that is used. I should say that there are also many alternative models out there. One of the most famous ones, and I think the one that is most helpful and relevant for this conversation for museums, is actually introduced in 1972 by the fourth king of Bhutan, and you might have heard of this. When he first talks about this, he just refers to this as kind of gross national happiness as a counterbalance to gross domestic product. And if, in fact, this becomes an official way to understand the happiness of Bhutan through a very elaborate system, that's quite interesting and it's worthwhile to look up. And today it's referred to as the Gross National Happiness Index, a direct comparison. So if the GDP is an economic model, the Gross National Happiness Index is a happiness model. There's lots of really interesting things about this, but the idea is one that is so powerful that it kind of grows and spreads, and people start to think about, and governments start to think about, and policymakers start to think about what are the various ways that we actually can establish health and therefore happiness for our citizens, right? And so this is the work that happens in Bhutan is so influential that it eventually will actually help the United Nations General Assembly proclaim March 20th as International Day of Happiness. Now, when you first find out that there is such a thing as the International Day of Happiness, you imagine that there would be celebrations across your country. There could be festivities, there could be parades. People will probably have smiley face balloons. In fact, many of those things do occur, but the actual day is more about recognizing that happiness is created, and happiness can be achieved through policy objectives, but also economic activity. And it's more of a reminder that we actually have to work proactively to allow for and create the opportunity for happiness for our citizens, our society, and our planet. Okay. You often will hear the terms happiness, wellness, well-being used interchangeably, but they are different, and they do mean different things. Wellness refers to a state of overall health, and happiness is a perception. So it's like how you feel and how you experience your daily life. Am I happy now? Am I happy in my overall life? But since wellness is more of the umbrella, it reflects our overall health. Let's explore wellness a little bit more. Right? And here you can see a definition from the National Wellness Institute. So the question then is, how do you actually measure wellness or achieve wellness? Well, this is one of the ways to do this. And I think this is really the easiest ideas here. This is the 6-dimension model of wellness. It's first introduced by Dr. Bill Hetler in 1976 when he's a staff physician, so a medical doctor at the University of Wisconsin in Stevens Point. And he comes up with this very simple model. And again, this really warrants further investigation and exploration. It's really interesting. In my mind, I have a visual of a 6-legged stool. And you can imagine if you remove some of the stool, some of the legs, and you're sitting on the stool, that you'll fall over, you'll topple over, and that's not good. Another way to put this is, let's say I focus all my energy, right, on my physical health, but I ignore my emotional health or my social health. I would have an imbalance. Or if I spend all my time reading, but I ignore my physical health, right, I'm truly not well, or I don't have a kind of a holistic wellness in my life, right? I've ignored areas of my life, and this makes sense, right? This is understandable, you know. And today, you actually might be very familiar with this, right? You might be familiar with this kind of an idea. In fact, you might even have a wellness model at your museum, or you might be familiar with this from when you were at university, or you might know this from businesses or nonprofits in your communities. And today this is very common. And we owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Hetler for this, right? And typically these wellness models are achieved in order to help students, employees, communities actually have health in their physical body, but also forms of relaxation and kind of ways to help them to decrease stress, or even to actually create social activity. So many wellness programs could include walking clubs or cycling clubs or other kinds of activities like that. You might be familiar with a different model, a different dimension model. Maybe you saw one that has 7 dimensions or 8 dimensions, 9. It doesn't really matter, even if the dimensions themselves are different. Again, it all comes from the same area, and the sense that if you address your health and wellness, you'll be able to accomplish your health and wellness. So you might be wondering and thinking about, you know, how is this relevant to you? And it got me often thinking about this as I was preparing for this discussion with you all, to join you all at this conference. You know, it's hard to read about wellness and think about wellness, your own, your families, the society at large, your cultural organization, and at the same time be, you know, aware of the world in which we are living. Recently, I was scanning the headlines of my paper, and I was seeing articles about the coronavirus, COVID-19, the pandemic. You know, articles that talked about the impact that quarantining was having on families, on children, right, on seniors, which leads to all these kind of articles and that show the impact of loneliness, or the loneliness epidemic. And then there's lots of conversation on the state of the economy around the world, right? On unemployment. And this is all mixed in with the conversation that we need to have on the climate crisis and the important conversations happening around systematic racism. And it's hard to not to say, wow, this is a lot, right? And this got me thinking about a term that I find to be very helpful. It's called VUCA, V-U-C-A. It stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, VUCA. It's coined in 1986 by the staff of the U.S. Army War College. And it was a term that was created to help the students there, the Army War College students, to actually understand the world in which they were going to be entering as staff or military officers, right? It talks about a world that's constantly changing and both unstable. And clearly, we are in a VUCA world, and we have been in a VUCA world, and tomorrow we will be in a VUCA world. And you will hear this term VUCA applied to businesses, a VUCA environment for our business. And I would introduce that we are operating our museums in a VUCA-based environment. So if we are operating our museums in a VUCA-based environment, we have to therefore understand how we approach this work. How do we think about this work, right? What are the kinds of questions, decisions, and actions we need to take in order to address the museums in a VUCA situation? So this got me and got colleagues that I work with thinking. And I want to step back in time to 2019. I was shared, I'm a co-founder and member of the International Audience Engagement Network. And we went in 2019 to the National Gallery of Singapore to talk about, through the lens of audience engagement, how would we define success for our cultural organizations? Another way to say this is, what is a successful museum, right? What does it really look like to have a successful visitor experience, right, for our audiences? And so we dug into this conversation and this topic, and we started to explore all the various ways that we currently are measuring success. We talked about attendance numbers, and we talked about survey satisfaction. We talked about the number of dollars that came through the door through ticketing, or dollars raised by membership, or the size of our membership, or the number of dollars that came through our development offices, or all the various ways that you could come up with measurements, right? Reports, awards, whatever that was. And we kept realizing that what we were talking about, in a sense, was the GDP, the gross domestic product. We were looking at this very much in the way that Simon Kuznets was looking at how are you able to measure, right, basically the economy of your cultural institution or the economy of your museums. And this wasn't wrong, but it was missing what we were trying to get at as being audience engagement practitioners. And the epiphany that we had in that meeting was that we needed to be thinking about this as Bhutan was thinking about it, as the GNH, or the Gross National Happiness Index. We needed to understand how our museums were participating in the health and happiness of our audiences, right? And so that's what we did. We then turned this into kind of 3 models. And here I've extracted the 3 models, and you can find this online. So the first looks at our museums, looks at our cultural organizations internally, and then it looks at our audiences, and then it looks at our communities. The first one is this. In order to understand this, we have to first look at our own museums. And we do that through service, through diversity, through collaboration, and through relevance. And when we have our house in order, right, when our museums are well, right, we're therefore then able to actually help our audiences, right? And we address wellness for our audiences, again, through relevance, through welcoming, ensuring that our cultural organizations are able to provide transformative opportunities for our audiences, and that we are helping to create connections for our audiences. When our audiences have wellness, we're then able to actually serve our communities. We're then able to serve our communities. And here we go full circle back to Dr. Hetler's 6-dimension model, right? And you should note we've updated one of the first 6 dimensions. Hetler had it as occupational. We're now calling it environmental, recognizing that occupation is a very different thing, but it's under the umbrella of occupation, all those under the umbrella of environment, all the things that make up our environment, right? And I would say that this, to me, makes sense. In getting ready for this conversation, I was doing a lot of research and reading a lot of articles. And in the process, I made a new friend. This is Dr. Tim Sharp. He lives in Sydney, Australia, and he goes by the name of Dr. Happy. So of course I had to reach out to him, and I've started to talk with him a lot. And in one of our conversations, he said this, right? He said that happy employees are more productive employees. Okay, that's our first dimension, our first model, which is when we have well museums, when our museums have wellness, right? We're therefore able to ensure that our employees are happy, and therefore they're more productive, right? The second thing he said was happy audiences are more engaged audiences. So again, this goes back to the second model that I showed you just a minute ago, which is when our audiences have wellness, right? When we're able to provide a wellness model for our audiences, they are more engaged. And the third is this work directly impacts that of our communities. And so happy communities are thriving communities, and it's all interconnected, right? It's all interconnected. So you might be wondering, how do you do this, right? How do you think about this? How do you even approach this? The image that I have in my mind asks us to reconsider that which is a museum. So what is a museum, right? Kind of a fundamental question. I want to offer you this model, this way to consider it. You might be familiar with this term, first responder. It refers to those that are first on the scene of a man-made or natural disaster situation. This here includes the fire department or the police department, or even emergency medical technicians. These are the first folks on the scene. And following the first responders, you'll see second responders. These are the folks that come in after to help maintain the situation and get the situation back in order. You know, it often would include the Red Cross or folks who are dealing with utilities or communication services or other critical needs that the community has. And so there you have the first and second responders are folks who are coming into a situation to help restore order to a community that has just gone through something, right? But they can't serve something that isn't there. Another way to say this is we need individuals, organizations, right, that are actually pulling together a community, that maintain a community, that help create the web that makes a community, right? These are the folks such as houses of worship, community organizations. We often will think about this as libraries, but these are museums as well. Museums can and must play a role in maintaining our communities, maintaining our connection to one another, maintaining our society, right? And by doing this, we're able to serve our communities, right? And this is a role for us. This is a role for us and a way that we show our wellness, right? Our consideration to our museums, our audiences, and our communities. I want to conclude with a story that I found to be, I want to conclude with a story. This is an image that I remember so very well from 2015. It was one of those images that you see on social media or that's emailed to you, and you immediately see it, fall in love with it, and share it. And so as a museum person, that's what I did. I remember at the time sharing on my Facebook wall, and I remember emailing it to people, and I remember other people sharing it as well. It became a very popular image because it speaks to you, right? But upon further investigation, right, and further inquiry, you start to actually see things that you might not have realized the first time you looked at it, right? So when I looked into this further, what I actually realized is that the photograph is from an exhibition that opened at the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam in 2014. And the exhibition was the late Rembrandt's exhibition. From the press release, this must have been a true amazing exhibition. It had 40 paintings, 20 drawings, and 30 prints highlighting Rembrandt's career between 1652 and 1669, his death in 1669. And when you look at this again, what you actually see is not just a visitor to the Rijksmuseum, but you see a person who is terminally ill on a stretcher with her caregivers and museum staff. And she's a participant in a program through the Ambulance Wish Foundation. The Ambulance Wish Foundation provides individuals that are terminally ill or suffering from debilitating illnesses, or seniors dealing with end of stage of life issues, the chance to fulfill a last wish. For this woman, her last wish was to see the exhibition and visit the Rijksmuseum. At the time of this photograph came out in 2015, the Ambulance Wish Foundation had already taken some 50 individuals from across the country to see this exhibition and to visit the Rijksmuseum. Now, this photograph, this now famous photograph, you would assume was also taken by a member of the museum, right? A member of the Rijksmuseum staff, but it wasn't. In fact, it was taken by the ambulance driver, Roel Fokum. And I think it summarizes the power of the importance of our organizations as participants, as active participants in the wellness of our communities. And I think that is a place where we can be, and a place that we can focus our energy and our collective goodwill. I want to thank you very much for the chance to be with you today and for the chance to share these thoughts. So thank you so much for having me.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. It was very interesting indeed. I like that part about a third responder, which is not less important, because if you're missing any, you will not have results. We are now, stay with us, Adam, please. We will have now very short film about Slovenia, less than 2 minutes. So stay with us, just to have some time for technicians. And after that, we have the debate with our afternoon panelists. So, short film about Slovenia, and then we are back.
These rivers and streams taught me to dream. The mountains and trees are comforting me. I've tasted the world, but nothing as sweet as all our memories. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole again. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you. The songs in the caves bring back the heartache. Know how I miss the wine from the hills. Bonfires lit, pour me a drink, love. Let's dream away. You're my haven, always there to pick me up when I need to be whole. There's nothing quite like you, rivers and skies so blue. So I keep coming back to you. Shy and so beautiful, you never leave me cold. So I keep coming back to you.
Evo nas here we back in the studio. I hope I have connection. We have connection with all 4 panelists. Can I have confirmation of? I see all of them on one of the screen here around me. And we will start, as we received a question, with Kaya at the beginning. So there is a comment, bravo Kaya, stimulating ideas presented in a truly passionate way. And the question for you, but I think on this question everybody else could comment easily. So Kaya, if I understand correctly, museums for or of the future do not depend on what we museologists, museum workers want, but on what politicians do and on what people or public does. So do you agree with that? Do you have comment on that?
I would say that the era of having the national narratives being the only narrative that the museum is presenting, it's over or should be over. I would love the money to be spent into new museums that actually are discussing relatively important topics as migration, as inclusion, and including all the narratives. But what we hear and what we see right now is that basically the only museums that are all around the world open and are getting government grants are the museums which are built for the purposes of politics and new political narratives that are suitable to the demands of the reigning coalition of politicians. It's happening everywhere. We know how difficult it was, especially for us museologists, to comprehend what was going on in Gdansk with the Museum of the Second World War, so many millions spent. A great narrative exposed, and actually it was closed in a week. That's not the only case. I'm saying that the Museum of the Future shouldn't be a political museum. The Museum of the Future should be a responsible, a relevant, and ethical institution, a safe nest for the narrative of tolerance and especially of understanding. Because what we are facing right now in our everyday life is a lot of hate speech. It's a lot of racism coming back again, and the social media are not helping. We have huge issues that we should discuss as a society, and I think that the museum place, the safe nest of the museum, is the right place to address them without any interfering of politics. Museums should be and remain independent. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Other colleagues, do you want to comment on this? What is your opinion? Do you have any maybe different, maybe the same? Maria, put the mic on, please.
Yeah. I want to say thank you very much to Kaya, because I really agree with her, but it's not that the museum has not to be political. Is that not had to be political with the power? They have to be political. Of course, a museum has to be political, but we have to rethink about the direction of politics. So political has not to be with the power and in a very capitalistic way. It has to be political in order to transform society and to give power to the people that doesn't have it. But I don't know if the sentence is museum has not to be political. They have to be, but we have to ask ourselves in which direction we want politics to be.
Thanks. Kaya,
if you want social to, movement. It's social movement.
That's
it's a movement that should really have its own word here. And it's social movements which are reshaping our societies. And I think it's in all our countries because of COVID opened the Pandora boxes, and it's not about fear. It's about people not trusting the institutions anymore. And it's also about discussing and rediscussing the values of society. And I see that the museums here can be a really relevant agent and should be, the safe place. I agree to discuss politics, but not in the way of the word is understood as a governmental narrative, but as a social activism.
That's it.
Yeah.
But does communicating values necessarily mean being political?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we can communicate values without engaging in politics.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Adam, what about US? US, majority of museums in US are private museums, so situation is maybe slightly different compared to Europe.
It sounds like the situation is slightly different, but at the same time, there's always similarities. And, you know, in the US and elsewhere, when I talk to folks, there are always similarities. And, you know, there is always pressure, you know, for organizations, whether it's from funders or from local municipalities or state government or even the federal government. But I do think that there is a role for museums to play in these areas. And I think that there's not one type of museum, but there's lots of types of museums. And I'm a big believer that we need to kind of find that right balance and create organizations that really are welcoming and truly welcoming, tolerant for our audiences. Because that, to me, is why our organizations exist. My personal belief is that museums don't exist for any other reason but the audiences. And so we create these organizations in order to explore different topics. And so, again, I don't think there's one kind of museum, but we do need organizations that take on these other topics. And I think there is a role for such a thing. And oftentimes it's the consumer that kind of says what's needed and what's not needed. And I think that's going to be really one of the most interesting things as we talk about the future, which is the kinds of organizations that we'll see in the future, and the kinds of organizations that might not be here anymore or as relevant because our publics have moved away from them to look for something different. And this is one of the reasons why I think you see in certain countries private institutions that are kind of popping up to take on such topics. And whether we think those are the right kinds of museums or not, the market demands something, and then we see solutions. But I'm just fascinated by this conversation.
Okay. Yeah, there's another question for all. Actually, I think it could be connected in a way. So somebody is asking. We talk a lot about diversity and the museum not being neutral, about wellness and all. But how can museums start this work inside themselves? So, Adam, please.
Yeah, I'll just kick this one off. This is a great question, and I think this is the question that I'm often asked, and I think we do this work all the time. And so you start simple. You know, it could be just looking at what we're already doing and think how do these things apply to these different ways of thinking, whether it's the wellness that I was talking about or one of the other things my colleagues were talking about. It could be as simple as starting a group of people meeting together, a book club where you're sharing ideas and articles. It could be inviting guest speakers from the museum community or from other organizations in the community. I think all these things should happen. And I also think at the end of the day, it's about direct, active involvement from members of the public. We get really good at insulating ourselves from the public. And I think what we have to do is break this down and invite members of our public from very different backgrounds into every facet of the organization. So we're actively having those conversations and listening.
Yeah, Vana, is your model maybe the way?
That's what we are doing. Sorry?
Yeah, that was my question. Is your model maybe the way how to do it?
Yes, that's the way we are doing it. We are meeting 2 times a month. We get together, we talk, we first get to know each other. What are their problems? What are their aspirations? What is their motivation to sit here? What would they like to do with our museum? And it is the starting point. With each other meeting, we have some clearer picture of what we can all do together. And it is a process. It takes us for about a year to define a program that will be realized in another year. So it's long. You have to make time in your schedule as a curator to mediate those conversations. But it can be done. It is being done.
You need time, but it's worth it. Payoffs, yeah, at the end.
It
Kaya,
pays off.
Yeah, Kaya, Maria, any comment on this?
Yeah, I must say that I think that this is a lot of phases kind of a strategy, because you have to do parallels between the community and working within the community. And the other thing that you also have to do is working within the staff. Because actually, if you have within the staff people who are not accepting this kind of work, then you already have a huge problem.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, I agree. Because, you know, people also tend to be 8 hours in their own offices, and they want to be just there and not doing anything else. And sometimes it's really very difficult to put them out and start discussing what the community needs and not what are the priorities of the curator. Yeah. And as always, it's not always the collection. So basically, it starts within us, and after that, there is the story with the community.
Okay. One thing to think about is, you know, you can't serve others if you don't serve yourself. You know, the image I always think about is when you're on an airplane, which no one's probably done in a while, but you're first asked to put on the mask before you help put on the mask of somebody else. And you have to have your organization in check. The worst thing is to welcome audiences that might be new or different to your organization, and they are poorly treated. And once that happens, it's really hard to undo that work. And you can look at this from a lot of different perspectives. You can look at this from marketing. You can look at this from brand. You can look at this from stewardship. But if you alienate any member of the community or community groups, how do you reconcile that, right? And so this is really about, you know, the same thing you would do if you were welcoming people to your house. You know, do you kind of make them feel welcome? And if you're going to make people feel welcome, you kind of would call them up beforehand and say, hey, do you have any dietary restrictions or whatever? And you take that into consideration. And why is it any different for our cultural organizations?
Yep. Yeah. Maria,
and you should include fails, because fails are also a part of the successful story.
True, true. Maria, you want to add something too, or just... Mike, please, Mike. Microphone. Your microphone, yeah.
I just want to go back to my presentation and talk about this and doing otherness. You know, it's, of course, it's a concept that is very general, but I think it can be a goal in the whole procedures of a museum. And just to remember that doing otherness has to be with this idea of promiscuity and mixture of departments. This idea of long-term bonds, like we have to build long relationships between the publics, not, you know, just one day or one night relationship. And this idea of breaking hierarchies, that we have to be at the same level of exhibition and collection, that we are not under them.
Okay. Okay, there is another question for Vana, for you, saying, do you really think that focus should be completely shifted from objects to community, which you mentioned on a way, and individual? Shouldn't we include both? So, by the way...
So it's not a matter of this or that. It's a matter of our starting point. I strongly suggest that we start from the community, from their interest in their needs, and according to that, we interpret and preserve and care about our heritage. So it's just a matter of approach. I'm not saying that we should do anything less for our heritage that has been done since the day, but that we have to do and care for our heritage and interpret the heritage always in mind of the community that we are doing it for, because sometimes we are doing things, mostly we are doing things, not thinking for whom is that be done.
Okay, I think it's very clear what you are saying, and that you are not suggesting let's throw away everything what we have at the moment, let's do from the beginning, but that shift as you just right now explained. And there is, by the way, the comment about the great job of presentation you've done. Adam, very inspirational comment saying, and there is a question, how widespread is the wellness taught in US museums?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I appreciate it. I think wellness as a concept is widespread throughout the U.S. Certainly, as I shared, you see this at the university level, you see this at businesses, you see this at nonprofits, and I think you do see this to some degree with museums as part of their human resources or staffing model for themselves to think about how they are approaching the health of the staff. So for example, the Smithsonian has a wellness model that's across all of them, but it's inward looking and it creates activities for people to come together. There's a running club. There's a weekly email that you get about tips and techniques. It thinks about your financial health and ways to think about saving money and all those things, such as relaxation. I think this approach for wellness as a kind of framework is relatively new. And it's something that the International Audience Engagement came up with as a way to start answering this question, because something wasn't right with our existing model. There are other models, other programs out there. One that I'm becoming more interested in is in Montreal. The Montreal Museum of Art has a wellness program. And I'm very excited to see how that takes hold. And so I'm hoping that this is something that grows. But I think to your previous question, all things at the museum start and end with the audience. Yes. There is no museum without audience. It's something different. It's not something better or worse. It's just something different. But museums are for the public. They're for audiences. Collections are important, but the museum is a construct for the public. Yeah. So I think I'm excited, and I hope that the wellness model provides a way to address all the various issues that we have to face as individuals, as communities, as a society. And there's a lot of issues out there. And so how will we think about this? How do we get our head around it? It's hard. It's really hard to face these things on the individual level as we deal with the issues of the pandemic on our own lives or on our families. How do we approach that and then go into work and be civil colleagues, right? And how do we think about this as we try to help our audiences or our communities when this is hard? So for me, the wellness, just from my own story, the wellness concept provides me with some way to approach this work. And as a museum practitioner, I found that to be very helpful.
Okay, thanks. The rest of you, do you have experience with an idea of, I'm sure you become aware of the happiness and wellness model connected with the museum, but do you have any experience in your countries, how is influence about that is going on around? Is there talk about that or application of something like? I could reply for Ivana because we are from the same country, so I will say not a lot at the moment in Croatia, but not sure about Spain and Slovenia.
Not a lot at the moment.
Okay.
Well, I think we have already some examples about it, and of course, I have to say that one of these examples is my own museum, where we are trying to do that. The problem is that because we are doing that from the education department, it doesn't have the visibility if there is done from another part of the museum, and this is a core problem also. But I think a lot of people working in mediation and in education departments are doing this kind of transformative change connected with social responsibility, while exhibition and collection is not doing that, as strong as we are doing.
Just maybe strange question, Adam. If I'm not wrong, Mexico is one of the countries which is on that happiness list quite high, no matter it's not so rich. Maybe I'm wrong here. But will you say that in 10 years' time, the best museum will come from these countries? I know I make quite a lot connection which you didn't imply at all, but I'm just thinking about that happiness of the nation, relation with a museum. What could happen in 10 years' time? Maybe we will just speak about the museums from the country which is the most happy.
I would 100% speculate, if we're going to do this guessing game, that I would speculate the museums that are doing the best in the future are those that are meeting the needs of their audiences and their communities in a way that's really taking into consideration the true needs of their audiences and their communities, and are really addressing the issues that their community members, the audiences, are going through, and that the museum is truly in service. And this isn't something I discussed, but I think there's an inherent definition or part of the definition of what a museum is, which is service. And museums are here to serve our audiences and serve our communities. And when we forget that and we purely focus on the exhibitions, the topics, but we forget that we're here to be of service, I think that's when we find ourselves at a distance. And that's what I think my panelists, my fellow colleagues, are talking about.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Maria, there is one question. You are working in Reina Sofia, which is basically art museum, and you are artist. So what do you think about, is that what you explained to us applicable to, I don't know, railway museum, to technical museum, to, different kind of museums which are not dealing with art, and which could have really, completely different objects?
I think what I'm talking about is about how power structures are organized inside museums. It doesn't mean about the topic. I'm sure that in a science museum or any kind of museums, there is a hierarchy. And what I'm talking about is about visualize this hierarchy and try to work against that. So it doesn't matter. And it's not only museums, it's everywhere in our world.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, clear. So I have one question which Kaya actually inspired, but she is not anymore with us because we received information she needs to go to another meeting. But I will ask you anyhow. No matter, it was more or less inspired by her talk. So she said that the important question is who controls the narrative and who tells the stories. And my question is, who is actually doing that? And who's supposed to do that? I'm guessing, Adam, you will say, and I completely agree with you, yeah, that could be curator who is very carefully listening to the audience. But I would like to
say that.
Sorry?
Yeah, I would not say that.
Okay.
I don't think it's about, my personal belief and opinion is it's not about one person. And that's something that we really need to move from. It's not about one department, team. It's about the organization working together in collaboration.
I agree.
With their audiences.
I agree. But I think this is more question about, is it politics? Is it museum workers? Or is it community? I think question goes in that direction. So who actually is in control or supposed to be? Well, control is not a good word of here. So who actually, not person, but who's supposed to be that in charge? Or to have the privilege? Yeah, please, Maria.
I have to say that I think that of course is in persons. And we are not talking about curators, we are talking about the museum directors. That of course, the most of them are men, and they are white, and they are heterosexual, and they are art historians. And we have this example here in Spain in the MACBA, where the new director of the MACBA is a black woman, first time in our country, and we are really very surprising waiting what she will do, because it's really something really new for us. So I really think that what is happening is concerned with one people, only one person, and that patriarchy and colonialism and a lot of things and capitalism is connected with this museum director, that they are like stars.
Yeah.
And we have to break down these kind of things, and we have maybe museums have to be worked by teams of people, not only one people.
So, and you are saying when you are saying we need to break this, you mean museum workers, yeah?
Well, and politicians also. And it depends a lot on how these people get into the power, how are the process in order to be a museum director.
Yeah, yeah.
We have to reflect also about that.
Okay.
Because in a lot of the countries, for example, is the head of the Ministry of Culture, the one who is the director of this museum. So this is completely the narrative, and is connected with power again.
Yeah. And as you said, the context could be different in different countries, or even in the same country. Sometimes a local context could be different. Vanna, do you want to comment on this?
I'm thinking, I don't think the curators are excluded from making narratives.
We are making them.
So, yeah, I don't see any difference when a curator makes a narrative and the principal, which is politically directed, does that. We all make narratives. So it is only important that we include as much as possible collaborators from the community, so that our narrative will be authentic as possible. If that can
to reflect the local community.
If it at all can be authentic, you know. So.
Okay, Adam, you want to add something more on this?
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, and you know, the museum is a structure, and it has a responsibility, and it has a work to do, and there's a lot of this question is very multifaceted. It has me thinking about, you know, the difference between learned knowledge versus lived knowledge, and I think it's a collaboration. But we want the museums to do their job, and they do it in partnership with the public, and there's lots of folks around an organization that have to come together in order to create the exhibition, write the copy, and do these things. And it's not just one person, but it requires an ecosystem of people. It doesn't matter the size of your organization, to look at this and think about the work that it's doing from multiple perspectives. And that's why we work in a museum. We don't do it to do it by ourselves, but we do it to work with colleagues with different perspectives and have different responsibilities. You know, the role of the marketing team is different than the role of the editorial team, if you have those things in your organization, or the difference between a curator and a conservator. And I often have to ask for different people's input depending on the project. And that's what makes museum work beautiful. It also makes museum work challenging. And that's why we have to do what we call work.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I have more questions, but that's me. I think we addressed all the questions we received from the audience, and I'm happy about that. I'm very thankful for your time, for your inspiration. I'm sure the audience is happy, that those who are following us on YouTube and Facebook, and we are coming close to close this session. Thanks again. We will have the short video again about the city of Maribor, so the city where actually we are, and let's say host of the conference. And then we will have the official final closing with Alexandra and David after that. So see you soon again in 2 or 3 minutes. Thanks again. Bye.
Welcome back to the studio. I hope you really enjoyed all the movies about Slovenia and Maribor and other cities and cultural and natural beauties of Slovenia. And I hope we inspired you to visit us. We wanted you to be our guests now at the moment to show you all these beautiful things that surround us. But hey, COVID had other plans for us. It is Friday afternoon, the last day of the conference. It's been very busy. I think that it was a great conference. I hope so. I hope you learned a lot. But it is time to wrap up. And who would be best to do it but David, the president of Network of European Museum Organizations and the director of German Museum Association. David, you will wrap it up. Thank you very much for joining us again. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. But first of all, thank you, Alexandra, for this great conference. It was a great conference indeed. Very deep content and great organizations. So really great congratulations. Even if the technique have struck for a short moment, it was not a problem, because the black stage was very elegant on the one side, and on the other side, today, you know, is a day of the global climate strike. So we can see the technique problem as a part of the climate strike. We could save some energy. So, yeah, to sum up these 2 days or the whole three conferences is very difficult, of course. And what I'm going to do is to share with you my general feeling after these 2 days and after these 3 conferences about social responsibility. The most important thing I would like to say is that I'm very, very impressed by the commitment of all the speakers to be active in facing and trying to solve current challenges. We had during these 3 conferences, and especially this one in Maribor, an incredibly parade, a kind of procession of people telling us that they believe that museums can change lives and subsequently change society. And I love that because it's beautiful, it's energetic to see people believing in something like this kind of goals. And it speaks to me also because museums have changed and are changing my life personally, and I'm not the only one. Nevertheless, at the same time, I have some kind of mixed feelings because I'm not sure that museums are the best instruments. I emphasize the word instrument to save democracy, to solve climate issues, and to produce and renew peaceful togetherness. I understand that we want to use the power we have. We spoke a lot about power as a museum professional, the power in the institution, the power with the institution to have a positive impact on important social issues and other issues. The ultimate goal of museum is to be in the service of society, the service of society. The current definition of ICOM, even if it's actually or currently intensively discussed, is clear to me. Serve society means strengthen the social fabric between human beings. So we all have to bear in mind these goals, and so we have to pay attention in our institution on every working day, not to create discrimination, to be transparent about our decision processes, to act inclusive and participative. And doing that is good, is right, is necessary, but we haven't the strongest means, the best and most effective instruments to change society. What we have are collections, so objects, collected material, collected material and immaterial memories. That has a huge potential. We saw it in the last day, but I'm not sure that institutions which collect memories and which are visited or used online on average one time a year by only 50% of the population in Europe can change the world. So we have power, that's clear. We can empower our audience, that's great, but our power is really limited. So we can pour a tiny drop in the ocean. It's not nothing, but it's not a lot. So I don't want to destroy, Alexandra, the positive and inspiring atmosphere of this conference. I just want to share with you what I feel. I feel a huge gap between our own expectations, so our museum professionals, our own expectation towards museum and the real capacity we have. Management means to me, and I think to all of the speakers, management means always change management. Management always means to do it more effective, to do it more efficient, to do it better, to do it, to try new things, to use creativity, to change, to transform. That is the one side, but in the other side, all organizations have their own history, their own basis, their identities. They are not only instruments. They are not only instruments we can use, but they are living bodies with their own imperfection. They are small societies with their own contradictions. And the main contradiction we have to live with is that museums are a place of conservation and at the same time a place and agent of change. So museums are both conservation and agent of change. The tension between these two poles are, for me, the best definition of museum. The museum as a permanent negotiation place between conservation and change. So it's not the one or the other, it is both. That makes museum. And the other contradiction I thought about in these last 2 days, the other contradiction we have to live with is the different temporality between institution and their managers. The museum temporality is a long-term temporality between not only generation, but between centuries. And the manager temporality is shorter. We have only one life. We are facing quick negative changes in society, in the world. We are panicking about climate change. We are experiencing the limits and the slowness of the parliamentary democracy. And we want to act now and to see result in a short time. And I don't know what to do to overcome these contradictions, but I saw them very clearly in the last days. We need, of course, goals and vision, but I think what we need also is humility and maybe calm. Humility is important to deal with frustration. I felt a lot of frustration between what we should do and what we can do. That's a reality. And calm can help to limit panic attacks and possibly can help to limit pessimism. We spoke a lot about surviving the end of mankind in these conferences. It was really deep and actually sad also, but I don't know what to do against these feelings. Some of us are striking today. Some others are participating in this kind of conference. Everyone had his own technique against pessimism. I was very happy to listen to Adam Rosem about wellness and the positive impact on museum at the end of this conference. So there is always a thin border between pessimism and optimism when we deal with essential questions like life and death. And we have to do that. And that is also our task within museums. And I think that makes museum relevant. So that was just some thoughts that I had in this today, very general thoughts to share with you, Alexandra, and the other participants.
Thank you very much, David. I hope I will see you soon live, not just online. I hope that Nemo will convene live or that we will meet each other very soon. Thank you for your thoughts, and I completely agree that there is a very thin line between optimism that we share, and on the other side, the reality, and that we really are just a tiny drop of water. But let's just assume, or I still believe that even a tiny drop of water will disturb calm seas, and that is it has to happen somewhere, it has to start somewhere, and I think that our job is to do the best we can to help our communities work locally or globally. It depends on the museum or the organization that we are a part of. We just have to do something, and that is the most important thing. Okay, thank you, David. See you soon. And that leaves me with ending this conference on museums and social responsibility. What comes next? At the end, I would just like to thank all of those involved. First of all, network of European museum organizations, German Museum Association and Directorate General for Cultural Heritage of Ministry of Culture of Portugal. I would also like to thank ICOM Slovenia and ICOM Southeast Europe. You've been all very helpful. And of course to Nemo and the German Museum Association for the idea for this conference. I would like to thank David and Julia and Clara. It was a great experience working with you on a project like this. I'm very happy that we have been included. We are the Slovenian Museum Association. I would also like Alenka and Darko that navigated these 2 days with me somehow, and Andrea, my colleague at the museum, who helped with technical support and following your questions and comments. And panelists, most of all panelists from all over the world, definitely from all over the world. I was so grateful that some of you, although never meeting me before, were kind enough to answer an email from an unknown person and gladly agreed to be a part of this conference. It is so very important to share knowledge and experience and good and bad practices, because being together, working together is the only way for the museums for the future. A huge thanks to all of you who followed us, also from India and United States and Canada and Australia, and I don't know where you came from. We've seen that the people registered from all over the world as well. And one last time, if you were not able to join us because you were sleeping or had some other work, because 2 days is a lot to miss from work, you can go and take a look at the conference on YouTube or on Facebook of Slovenian Museum Association. It will be there. It's waiting for you. Just listen to it, take a look at it, and I'm sure that you can definitely exchange thoughts and maybe some questions for the panelists later on. Hope to see you in the future, and have a great weekend.
you.